my sound working okay? Can y'all hear me? No?
Mhm.
Yeah, okay, cool. Did it stop raining in New Orleans? You guys still flooding?
It's dry
I
today.
keep getting notifications on my phone and then I freak out about it. Then text messages from my tenants about the flooding on my street and I can't do anything about it because I'm in California. It's freaking me out though. It's the most helpless feeling to be able to like, I want to go there and put the sandbags up, but I can't because I'm 1,000 miles away.
You need us to stop by and do something, right?
I don't know. I think it's okay.
Well, let me know.
I think it stopped flooding before the water started coming in the businesses on the weekend. I can only do so much for them, you know. They got to put the sandbags up. That's their, unfortunately, their job.
So Todd, I saw that you are at the ULI event presenting the hotel project. Man,
Yes, sir.
10 o'clock is a tough time. Like,
Right.
it's like,
It's kind of been our little set thing, but I think you have a direct line to somebody who might be able to give you a little personal tour, dude, without having to do the ULI payment. How about that?
Yeah.
Just let me know. I'm
yeah, no,
actually.
but I think some.
Just let me know next week. I'm just trying to get through some stuff we got going on between that Wednesday. I got 2 deals Thursday I have to deal with. So next week I might actually be at the hotel. So just give me a shout. I might do something a little bit more casual later on in the afternoon.
Yeah.
It'll look a lot
I
better than
I
it
know
look
a
on
couple.
Wednesday.
I think Jill and others are going from the studio. It's just like at 10 o'clock for me it's a tough time.
Yeah. That's the easiest time for us because of just how break shifts are working on that site. And it usually takes about an hour and a half to get through the building anyway. Well, to get through most of its presentation, then a quick walkthrough of some of the guest spaces and the common areas. But it's fun.
Is it pretty complete? Like is the pretty much ready?
We're at substantial completion. We're at substantial. FF&E is coming in. Some stuff is still getting caught up in transport from just, you know, how the course of business is right now, public supply chain. So it only got, I think the opening, soft open is the mid-August and grand opening in September. So I'm just waiting to figure out when the astronaut is actually going to come to town. Try to see if I can get him to ride in on his special trike bicycle, you know.
Well, I wanted her to go, but I'll send some folks.
Yeah,
And,
no, but look, dude, just highlight me. You know, I got you covered. they really wanted to push to get that in sooner than later, and I wanted to get ahead of the mad dash rush of FF&E on the first and second floor. That's when it's just going to be hell in the building. So Missy, do we have any idea of when we might return?
Not at this time. The current, unless I missed something on Friday, I haven't looked, but the current executive order expires in 2 days. And I'm not sure if he's going to do another one, but it seems like with the uptick in the Delta variant, we may continue under an emergency declaration. So we'll keep you posted.
Cool.
I know the council's back in person and VCC is back in person, but you, CPC, and HDLC are not back in person yet.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and let everybody else into the meeting and we'll get started in just a second. And Valerie will be ready for you in a moment.
Okay, thank you.
All right, good morning, everybody. Apologies for the delay. There were some technical issues resulting from a power outage in the CBD, but we are ready to get started now. So I'll leave it to you, Valerie.
All right, good morning. I would like to call the Monday, July 19th, 2021 Board of Zoning Adjustments meeting to order. We will begin with roll call. Candace Forrest is absent. Todd James.
Present.
Jose Alvarez.
Present.
I'm sorry, and Tamar Eggins.
Present.
Ramiro Diaz.
Present.
Alfonso Gonzalez.
Present.
And Matt Rufo is absent. At its June 21st meeting, the board voted to defer the approval of the May 17th minutes. At this time, would the board make a motion to adopt the minutes from the May 17th meeting?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion on the floor from Commissioner Diaz and a second by Commissioner Gonzalez to approve the May meeting minutes. Roll call vote. Commissioner Eggins,
Yes.
Commissioner Diaz,
Yes.
Commissioner Alvarez,
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
Yay.
And Commissioner James is a yes, and that motion passed.
Okay, and at this time, would the board make a motion to adopt the minutes from the June 21st meeting?
So moved.
Seconded.
All right, we have a motion on the floor from Commissioner Diaz and a second by Commissioner Eggins to approve the June minutes. So roll call vote, Commissioner Eggins,
Yes.
Commissioner Alvarez,
Yes.
Commissioner Diaz,
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
Yay.
and Commissioner James is a yes, and that motion also passed.
Okay, and with the vice chairperson, please read the special hearing rules.
All right, thank you, Valerie. So the special public hearing rules for the Board of Zoning adjustments hereby held for all video conferences. First is the order of business. The order of business at the hearing shall be as follows. Call to order and roll call with recording of members present, approval of minutes, reading and adoption of hearing rules, presentation of the docket. That will have a staff presentation, then followed by the applicant's presentation, then questions from the members. Upon the completion of that review, we'll have a recess for 30 minutes. Then taken up for, after that 30-minute recess, we'll have consideration of the docket with a public comment, rebuttal by the applicant, question from members of the board, and then the vote. Then move to adjournment. Presentation of the dockets. The order of business for each docket shall be as follows. A presentation by the City Planning Commission staff or the Department of Safety and Permit staff. Then a presentation by the applicant or their representative. The appellant or applicant may appear on their behalf or by represented by a duly authorized agent. Only one representative may speak on behalf of the request and must pre-register with the staff for the City Planning Commission. Other representatives or speakers may sign up to provide comments during the public comment portion of the meeting. The applicant shall be allowed a maximum of 5 minutes. Questions from members. The members have an opportunity to ask questions of the staff or applicant. Then, as mentioned, we do have recess. The board shall take 30 minutes recess to allow members of the public to submit their public comment. Under public comment, the rules. Only written public comments will be allowed. Live public comments will not be allowed. No member of the public may submit more than one written comment per agenda item. Time allowed for public comment. The public comment form will be made available at the start of the meeting and will close at the end of the 30-minute recess. Form. The public comments must be submitted electronically on a form provided by the City Planning Commission. Any comments missing this information will not be read aloud. Each submission must contain 1, a commenter's first and last name, the commenter's address, whether the commenter is being paid in connection with his or her comment, and the agenda item, reading of public comments. A moderator will read into the record all comments pertaining to that item and have been submitted in accordance with these rules. Comments will be read aloud in a normal speaking voice. The moderator will discontinue reading a comment once it extends the 2-minute point. Rebuttal of applicant. Following the public comment period, if there is opposition, the authorized representative of the applicant is allowed a rebuttal not to exceed 5 minutes. Questions from members. Following the public comment and rebuttal, the members have the opportunity to ask questions of the staff or applicant. Then we'll go to voting, making a motion. The members make a motion shall clearly state their name. When making a motion, for example, I, insert name, move to approve, deny the request. Second motion, the members seconding a motion shall clearly state their name. When seconding the motion, for example, I, insert name, second the motion made by the other member. Statement by the chair. The chair will restate the motion, confirming who made and the second of that motion. Voting. The chair will request a verbal vote for each member by roll call. Each member will indicate yay to vote in support of the motion or nay to vote in opposition.
Okay, in accordance with the adopted hearing rules, I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. With the board make a motion to adopt the special hearing rules?
Tamara Egan, so moved.
Alvarez seconds.
We have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Egan's and second by Commissioner Alvarez to adopt the special meeting rules. Roll call vote, Commissioner Egan's,
Yes.
Commissioner Alvarez,
Yes.
Commissioner Diaz,
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
Yay.
Commissioner James is a yay, and that motion passed.
Thank you. In accordance with the adopted hearing rules, the public comment form link is available on the city's Granicus website, as well as at nola.gov/CPC. It will be available until the end of the recess, after which public comments will be read into the record as a part of consideration of dockets. As a reminder to applicants, the action that the board takes today will be released in the form of a disposition notice by July 29th. And sent via email, mail, and posted on the One Stop app. Requests that the board votes to approve must show compliance with any noted provisos before the case is finalized and granted final approval. Item number 7, BZA docket 06021 for a property at 2315 through 17 North Robertson Street has been automatically deferred to the August meeting. We will begin with unfinished business for variances. The first item is BZA docket 04221 for a property at 815 Alvar Street. Following the staff presentation, the applicant will have 5 minutes to present. Nicole Weber is signed up to speak on behalf of this application. At its June 21st, 2021 meeting, the staff report was corrupt and inaccessible. The BZA deferred this matter to allow the board members time to review the staff report. On June 27th, 2021, the applicant submitted revised plans. The revised plans are compliant with the percentage of open space and fence height required by the CZO. The applicant is now requesting a variance to permit mechanical equipment with insufficient setback from an interior side lot line. The proposed location of the mechanical equipment would now be in the required side yard with a setback of 1.5 feet from the interior side yard property line, thus necessitating a waiver of 1.7 feet as Article 21, Section 2116(1) requires a setback of 3 feet. Based on this report, the staff believes that the requested variances to permit mechanical equipment with insufficient setback from an interior side lot line meets 9 of the 9 criteria of the standards of variance of Article 4, Section 46F of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance. Therefore, the staff recommends approval of the requested variances subject to the 3 standard provisos. Again, Nicole Weber is signed up to speak on behalf of this application, and you now have 5 minutes to present.
Good morning. I'm just here to support the staff's recommendation for approval. We've worked very hard to bring the plans into as much compliance as we can. So whittling it down to just this one waiver after consulting with the staff of HDLC. This was the only location that we were able to provide and still have clearance along the side of the house and not have the condenser on the roof of the house. So just here to support the staff's recommendation. No opposition from any of the neighbors. Previously, a couple of months ago, one neighbor had submitted a letter opposing it, but since then the property owner had the chance to speak with her, and she actually submitted a letter in support when she understood what was being requested. So no opposition, and thank you for your time.
Okay, any question from the board, the applicant? All right, hearing none. Do we move to the next docket item?
The next item is BZA docket 05521 for a property at 905 Moss Street. Following the staff presentation, the applicant will have 5 minutes to present. Libby Cream is signed up to speak on behalf of this application. And following the staff presentation, you will have 5 minutes to present. Emily.
Thank you. The next item is BZA docket 055-21 for a property at 905 Moss Street. This request is for variance from the provisions of Article 11, Section 11.3A1, Table 11-2A of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to permit the construction of a two-family residence with excessive building height. The CZO, which permits a two-family dwelling on the subject lot by right, sets a maximum allowable building height of 35 feet in the HURD1 district. The applicant is proposing 38 feet and 3 3/4 inches and is seeking a waiver of 3 feet and 3/4 inches. At its June 21st meeting, the BZA deferred this matter for 30 days at the applicant's request to allow them an opportunity to hold a voluntary neighborhood participation meeting to hear neighbors' concerns, as well as to explore the feasibility of a further height reduction. Since the June meeting, the applicant has provided staff with tentative revised plans showing a compliant building height of 35 feet. However, they do not wish to withdraw until after discussing the proposal with neighbors in case any concerns would require modifications of the plans, resulting in a height increase. According to the applicant, they have reached out to neighborhood groups a few times, but have not yet been put on an agenda. In light of this, the applicant is requesting an additional 30-day deferral, and staff has no objection to this additional deferral. However, as the applicant does not wish to move forward with the compliant plans, the staff still recommendation remains unchanged. The staff believes that the requested variance fails to meet 3 of the 9 criteria of the standards for variance of Article 4, Section 46F, in that the special circumstances were caused by the applicant, the property regulations will not result in a demonstrable hardship, and the change is exclusively for the convenience and profit of the owner. Therefore, the staff must continue recommending denial of the requested variance.
The applicant now has 5 minutes to present.
Hi, yeah, this is Libby Krem with M2 Studio. As Emily said, we're requesting another 30-day deferral. I have continued to reach out to the neighborhood association and so far have not heard back, but we're hoping to get on their agenda for this, in the next couple weeks so that we can discuss the project. Currently, we have worked with the plan to reduce the height as much as possible after some, it looks like, based on the plans that we had submitted, they're still evolving a little bit. There might still be a minor, much smaller variance request that we'll be coming back with, but I'd just like to wait to present all of that until we have a chance to meet with the neighborhood, as Emily put. So that's it.
All right, thank you. Any questions from the board? Just one quick question of the applicant. I know that you're saying you're waiting to see within the next few weeks to get a response back from the neighbors. Do you think that 30 days is sufficient, or does it need to extend to 60 potentially if you're waiting to get on their next meeting? Only reason why I state that is, and Emily, if you could help illuminate just some content, if there's any revisions to the plan or anything to that effect, when would be the most effective day for the staff to receive the revisions in order to appropriately review it?
Thank you, Todd, for asking. So our staff reports are due August 2nd, which is a Monday. So I would need any revisions, unless the plan is fully compliant. If the applicant is still seeking a variance, we would need any plan revisions several work days before August 2nd. So, the week of July 26th, which is just next week.
And that's why I'm bringing that up to your attention, is that the most realistic date would be next week on this item for you to get just some level of review from the staff. Otherwise, you would essentially be expecting the board to do that review. So just something to put into consideration. If you want to wait until we come back and reconvene with your client and see if the 60 days is acceptable, we could review it ahead of us confirming durations later on in the meeting.
Okay, yeah, I mean, in terms of, revising the drawings, I'll definitely could have that done by next week. But to your point about meeting with the neighborhood, it's really hard for me to put a timeline on that, given that I haven't had any communication with them since before the last meeting. They were super eager to talk to us, and communications have kind of fallen off. So let me discuss with the client like you recommended, and we can make a determination on the duration at the second half of the meeting.
All right, thank you. Any other questions from the board? All right, hearing none, the next docket item, please.
Thank you. The next item is, well, we'll now start with our new business for variances. The next item is BZA docket 05621 for a property at 2631 Ucourt Street. Following the staff presentation, the applicant will have 5 minutes to present. Paulo Denez is signed up to speak on behalf of this application. This request is for variances to permit the construction of a single-family residence with eaves that encroach less than 2 feet from a lot line. The Department of Safety and Permits determined as a part of its zoning review that the subject proposal is not compliant with Article 21, Section 21.7, Table 21-2 of the CZO. The applicant is seeking variances to permit the construction of a single-family residence with eaves that encroach less than 2 feet from a lot line. Article 21, Section 21.7, Table 21.2 requires eaves encroachment to be a minimum of 2 feet from any lot line. The applicant is proposing a 1 foot setback from the Franklin Avenue side, necessitating a waiver of 1 foot. Likewise, the applicant is proposing a 1 foot setback from the Port Street side, necessitating a waiver of 2 feet. Based on this report, the staff believes that the requested variances of Article 21, Section 21.7, Table 21-2 permitted encroachments into required yards, eaves, Port Street side, and Franklin Avenue side failed to meet 8 of the 9 criteria of the standards of variances of Article 4, Section 46F of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance, and that there are no special circumstances which are peculiar to the land. Literal interpretation of the ordinance would not deprive the applicant of rights commonly enjoyed by other properties in the district. The special circumstances were caused by the applicant. The variance will confer on the applicant's special privileges. The property regulations will not result in a demonstrable hardship. The change is exclusively for the convenience and profit of the owner. The variance will be detrimental to public welfare, and the variance will endanger public safety. Therefore, the staff recommends denial of the requested variances. The applicant now has 5 minutes to present. Mr. Deniz.
Good morning, staff. Thank you for listening to my request.
Can you,
questions?
Mr. Dennis, can you just check to see if you don't have 2 audio options open right now? If you could close, at least mute one of them or turn the volume down on the other one.
Let me see, because I'm hearing a bad echo from all of you. How do I turn off?
Are you watching the meeting on YouTube perhaps? Because that might be the problem.
No, I'm watching it through the regular Zoom channel, and I was wondering why I was getting echoes. It's very hard to understand you guys. Let me see something. Oh, wait a minute. Allow, change, microphone access is on. I really don't know how to correct this.
Let's try this out, Mr. Denez. If you want to try to just maybe disconnect and reconnect to the meeting, we'll just defer you one agenda item so that you can get a chance to resolve.
Let me try. I'm gonna leave the meeting and come right back. Thank you.
Todd, he is the next item also.
Okay.
So should we just...
Who do we have after that one?
Okay, we'll do that. Let's see. The next one is Emily, 19 Newcomb Boulevard, BZA 05821.
Okay. All right. So what we do is just here. Do we have to suspend the rules, Missy, to take it out of order?
No, since we're having technical difficulties, we'll just take him right back up when he gets back.
Okay. All right. So we'll jump to docket number 5, 5821.
Okay.
Oh, it looks like he's back.
Okay.
All right. Well.
Mr. Denez, are you able to unmute your microphone so we can?
Yes, now I can hear everybody loud and clear.
Okay, well, go ahead. You have 5 minutes to present.
There we go.
I didn't quite understand the very tail end of your explanation of the request. Was there did you have any questions, or was there decision to accept or deny. It was so garbled, I couldn't understand.
Would you like for me to reread the staff presentation?
Maybe
Yes.
Valerie, if you just recap the
Sure.
summary at the tail end.
Okay.
That would be helpful. Thank you.
Okay, sure, no problem. Let me go back up to that one. So I'm recommending denial based on the variance request failing to meet 8 of the 9 criteria, and in which there are no special circumstances that are peculiar to the land. The literal interpretation of the ordinance will not deprive the applicant of rights commonly enjoyed by the other properties in the district. The special circumstances were caused by the applicant. The variance will confer on the applicant's special privileges. The property regulations will not result in a demonstrable hardship. The change is exclusively for the convenience and profit of the owner. The variance will be detrimental to public welfare, and the variance will endanger public safety.
Is this on 2631 you're referring to?
This is for, yes, 2631, the smaller house.
So but I thought that the only problem was, what was the main problem? I don't understand being 8 out of 9 of the.
Were you able
elements.
to review the staff report that I sent you on?
Yes, I didn't see that listed though for some reason.
You didn't see
I did not see it. I think the last time I read the staff report was when there was an error or a typo, and I sent it back. So I guess I did not read the latest.
Okay, that wasn't actually the staff report. That was just the
draft.
That was the draft agenda,
I
not the
see.
staff report. Yeah. The staff report was included in the link that I sent you. The email that you responded to let me know that you were going to be presenting today.
Yes.
Okay, it was in that email.
Because what exactly is wrong with is this based on the variance of the lot is still non-conforming? Or is it the eve distance to the property line? What is the major cause for this denial?
Todd, would it be better for us to defer this, because he really needs an opportunity to read the staff report, because it would be difficult for me to go through every.
Yeah, so, and I was going to
now.
jump in. So, Mr. Dennis, just from the sake of how we traditionally handle the meeting,
Yes, sir.
we do ask that's why the staff forwards the packages along to you guys in the links for your package. So what I would strongly recommend, if you would take the time while we're going through the remainder of the agenda, go ahead and read the PDF. If you feel that you seem a need to want to defer this so you can have time to review it, I can't recommend it, but just maybe suggest consideration of a deferral later in the meeting if you need time to articulate some of the rebuttal to the at least to 8 of the 9 criteria. So we just traditionally try to keep the response at this time to rebutting the staff as opposed to the back and forth, because it'll kind of go on in.
I understand.
Yeah.
Well, I'll do that. I'll read that, and if you could, I guess you'll move on to the next item then.
Yeah, and just so you have just so you have just for some clarity, once we get past the 30-minute recess, if there isn't any public comment, if there is any public comment or not, we'll still have a chance to have Q&A with you at that point to help articulate some of those points. But still, it's to your discretion if you think it's necessary to request a deferral in order to have a firm response, because we need to make sure you're responding to the 8 criteria, remaining 8 criteria. Okay.
Sounds good.
So Valerie, let's move to the next one.
Okay, and with that being said, the next item is the house next door, which he also owns. So I can read the staff presentation, I guess, and then we'll just go from there. All right, the next item is BZA docket 05721 for the property at 2635 Newcourt Street. Following the staff presentation, the applicant will have 5 minutes to present. This request is for variances to permit the construction of a single-family residence with insufficient corner side yard setback and eaves that encroach less than 2 feet from a lot line. The Department of Safety and Permits determined as a part of its zoning review that the subject proposal is not compliant with Article 11, Section 11.3A, 1, Table 11-2, and Article 21, Section 21.7, Table 21-2 of the CZO. The Article 11, Section 11.3A1, Table 11-2 requires a 3.225-foot corner side yard setback. The applicant is proposing a 2-foot setback, necessitating a waiver of 1.225 feet. Article 21, Section 21.7, Table 21-2 requires eaves encroachment to be a minimum of 2 feet from any lot line. The applicant is proposing a 1-foot setback from the Franklin Avenue side, necessitating a waiver of 1 foot. Likewise, the applicant is proposing a 0-foot setback from the Port Street side, necessitating a waiver of 2 feet. The requested variances of Article 11, Section 11.3A1, Table 11-2, corner side yard setback fails to meet 4 of the 9 criteria of the standards of variance, and that there are no special circumstances which are peculiar to the land. The special circumstances were caused by the applicant. The property regulations will not result in a demonstrable hardship, and the change is exclusively for the convenience and profit of the owner. The staff further believes that the requested variances of Article 21, Section 21.7, Table 21.2, permitted encroachments into required yards, eaves, Port Street side, and Franklin Avenue side fail to meet 8 of the 9 criteria of the standards of variance, in that there are no special circumstances which are peculiar to the land. Literal interpretation of the ordinance will not deprive the applicant of rights commonly enjoyed by other properties in the district. The special circumstances were caused by the applicant. The variance will confer on the applicant special privileges. The property regulations will not result in a demonstrable hardship. The change is exclusively for the convenience and profit of the owner. The variance will be detrimental to public welfare, and the variance will endanger public safety. Therefore, the staff recommends denial of the requested variances. Paulo Diniz is signed up to speak on behalf of this application, and you have 5 minutes to present if you'd like to present.
I just find this unbelievable. I just can't see how this could be detrimental to public safety. The whole neighborhood is in favor of this project. They all agree that it will improve the neighborhood 2,000%. And I'm all for beautifying neighborhoods and doing whatever I can and contributing to neighborhood improvement. I'm just amazed that you guys are against this project. I'm truly speechless, and I've wasted 9 months of my life, a lot of expense. And here I am, my wife and I are both retired, trying to build our final house, and the city is totally against doing something that's really, attractive and beneficial to the neighborhood. I'm truly disappointed. I really don't know what to say. I mean, I have no options. I guess sell the lot and I'll move to Mississippi like most of my Marigny neighbors have, because they found it difficult to continue living here.
So, Mr. Diniz, does that conclude your comments, or for right now?
Yeah, I'll have to read about this and think about what are my next steps here. But
so just a point of consideration, just to give you some background. Don't take it as this is just a full land blast of what you're dealing with. The staff is tasked with reviewing it in accordance with the CZO, just strictly within a black and white letter of the law. So if you feel as if though that there's some language that could be provided in a formal letter to help articulate your argument against the 8 points, I'd strongly suggest that you take the time, just review the staff's letter, and maybe even push for a deferral so that you could take some time to confer with them separately after the meeting. Okay. So that you can figure out what may work in order to get this going. So don't take this as the city's just completely against you. This is just an interpretation process of the law based on what you provided in your documents. So I would strongly suggest consider that so that you can figure out what's your next steps. It's not completely on you. The staff is there to help guide you in some capacity. Okay.
Okay, I'll do that. I'll review everything and I'll put together a letter and send to you guys. And I don't know if a deferral will still fall into it. That would require another hearing.
That would push you back potentially 30 days, maybe 60 in some cases if you think that you need time to revise documents. But I would strongly suggest don't just do it on your own. Reach back out to the staff so that they can help give you some clarity around how to bring it either closer to compliance or figure out to get a better context to argue your point. Okay.
Right, because I mean, I thought everything was going well. I got all kind of approvals from the Parks and Recreation group about planting new trees, about sidewalks, everything that was requested. Every hurdle that I came to, we overcame. But I'm just I wasn't prepared for this at the moment.
No, we understand. Look, it's part of the process, so don't take it personal at this point. Let's just figure out how to work through the next steps so you could get to a point of understanding. Okay.
All right.
Yeah, and I would like to add just follow out on that is that it seems that the variances requested can be very easily basically become null by just a small changes to the design that I don't think will definitely affect aesthetically the vision that you have for the house.
Right.
I think there's like really small things, particularly for this agenda and the one before, we're talking about really minimal modifications to your current design that I don't think will affect aesthetically your vision and what you're trying to do. So I would certainly look at that as a way to even make this a null point.
Could you give me an example of the minor modifications that would make a difference?
Well, we're talking about encroachment, and that's when the code refers to this being a problem of as it relates to hazards or as it relates to endangerment. You know, there's a reason why eaves are separated from the property line because there's a fire issue in between one structure and the next, just a minimal separation of structures. So right now, your two properties are basically too close to each other at the eaves, which is basically what.
But there was a point that I specified or tried to make clear that my eaves are not side by side. They're separated by 12 feet of elevation difference. One's a one-story house and the other is a two-story house. So only looking from a satellite, they look like they're close to each other.
So I think what Commissioner Alvarez is getting to, I understand what you're talking about from a radial dimension of if you're looking at it in elevation. Often what he's referring to, it's not just the zoning code, it is the building code and the fire code that helps to illuminate how the CZO is derived. So it's always going to look at it from a plane dimension. Here's the thing, if something was to catch fire on one property, that fire doesn't respect a radius or how high the next eave condition may be. You still have some level of a condition that could really cause detriment to a neighboring property, even if you own both. So just put it into consideration if, let's say, if one property was sold and developed separate and someone else had it, that adjoining property would still have some level of endangerment. So there's just some code elements that we're talking to, and I think this one, and I'm gonna agree with Commissioner Alvarez, I think it's a minor tweak to your plan. We may have time to look at it when we get into the next segment of the meeting, or once you have time to just review it with your architect to really understand how to maybe bring this into a better sense of compliance.
I'm the architect on the project.
Okay. All right. I saw a different name on there that I recognize, and that's the only reason why I'm asking otherwise.
Yeah, and one last thing, just going back to the CZO, the code, the zoning, whatever is below that roof line is buildable area, right? So if you're putting an extension on even if it's just a covered porch and you say it's outdoor space, well, you still by right can fill in that in the future if we give you the variance. So it's more than just the fire stuff. It's also just sorry, dogs behind me. It's also the boundary conditions on the site and the setbacks. And I know that the neighborhood has some pretty tight conditions in it historically, and there may be some ways to take that into consideration, but we need we need to understand a little more about the building.
Yeah, all the existing homes in the, on that street or on that block, some of the eaves are almost touching. They're probably 12 inches apart from gutter to gutter. And as far as looking between the homes, some of the homes look like they have 2 feet or less in between them from structure to structure. So, I mean, if you look at my plans, that is a lot more open space to the sky when viewed from the street.
So just keep in mind that if, let's say if in any of those conditions where those, where you're talking about some of those precedents, according to the building code, if those buildings were to go do more than 50% improvements on them, they would have to then come into compliance and create some level of separation or even have a rated wall or partition at that exterior wall, including enclosing encasement of those eave conditions. So there's a lot of things within the building code that's really kind of out of our purview that's helping to drive this ship. So just keep that in mind as well.
All right. So we will reconvene at another time, or do you still want to have a Q&A at the end of your session?
Well, we still, so that's just the rules of the meeting. Right now, we could move on to the next item. We have to do that 30-minute recess, allow for public comment, and then we can reconvene. And if you see the need to, we could defer to the next meeting.
All right, then I'll go ahead and read your letter, and in the meantime, I'll be thinking about a reply and go from there. That's all I can do at the moment.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your patience too.
Thank you.
All right, the next item is BZA docket 05821 for a property at 19 Newcomb Boulevard. Following the staff presentation, the applicant will have 5 minutes to present. Michael Ball or Jonathan Sherman is signed up to speak on behalf of this application. Emily.
Thank you. This request is for a variance from the provisions of Article 11, Section 11.3A1 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to permit an addition to an existing single-family residence resulting in insufficient interior side yard setback. The applicant proposes to construct a second-floor addition for use as a home office to the existing carport structure and to attach it to the main structure via an enclosed vestibule. This would expand the main building footprint and reduce the existing interior side yard setback from 27 feet and 6 inches to 3 feet, where 7.501 feet is required. The applicant is seeking a variance of 4.501 feet. Based on its report, the staff believes that the requested variance of Article 11, Section 11.3A1, Table 11-2A fails to meet 7 of the 9 criteria of the standards for variance of Article 4, Section 46F of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance, in that there are no special circumstances peculiar to the land. Literal interpretation will not deprive the applicant of commonly enjoyed rights. The special circumstances were caused by the applicant. The variance will confer on the applicant special privileges. Granting the variance will alter the essential character of the locality. The property regulations will not result in a demonstrable hardship, and the change is exclusively for the convenience and profit of the owner. Therefore, the staff must recommend denial of the requested variance. And we have Jonathan Sherman signed up to speak on behalf of the application. You have 5 minutes to present.
Go ahead and unmute, Mr. Sherman. And go ahead and make sure that you're connected for audio. Okay. I think he's also having issues with audio connectivity, Valerie. Let's just go ahead, just give him a chance to maybe reconnect so he could try to see how to resolve that. And what we'll do is just shift him to the end of the agenda so he could have time to work through this.
Okay.
I know I could see that he's speaking. I'm not sure. Can you hear us? Okay. Just make sure that your mic device is there. The other thing I'll suggest if you try to reconnect through Zoom, it does give you an option to dial into the meeting and connect to your camera. So just try to see if that is an option for you, and we'll pick you back up later in the agenda.
Okay, we're going to move on to the next item, which is BZA docket 05921 for the property at 329 Tonti Street. Following the staff presentation, the applicant will have 5 minutes to present. We have Zach Smith signed up to speak on behalf of this application. Rachel.
The next item is BZA docket 5921 for a property located at 329 North Tonti Street. This request is for a variance from the provisions of Article 21, Section 21.6.h.3 and Article 21, Section 21.6.h.5 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to permit the construction of a carport with insufficient projection from an interior side lot line, and that is enclosed on an interior side yard. The Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance requires that every part of the projection of a carport shall be at least 2 feet from the interior lot line. The applicant is proposing a 0-foot setback from the interior lot line, necessitating a waiver for 2 feet. The Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance also requires that carports interior side yard, necessitating a waiver for this requirement. The lot is wider than 86% of the 134 properties surveyed, only 3 have carports and all 3 are unenclosed. 2 of these carports have a deficient setback, but staff does not believe this number should serve as a precedent for the subject request. Further, the applicant has other options to screen in the vehicle or create a compliant carport. The staff finds that the requested variances of Article 21, Section 21.6.h.3 and Article 21, Section 21.6.h.5 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance fail to meet 7 of the 9 criteria of the standards for variances of Article 4, Section 4.6.f of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance, in that there are no special circumstances which are peculiar to the land. Literal interpretation of the ordinance will not deprive the applicant of rights commonly enjoyed by other properties in the district. The special circumstances were caused by the applicant. The variance will confer on the applicant's special privileges. Granting the variance will alter the essential character of the locality. The property regulations will not result in a demonstrable hardship, and the change is exclusively for the convenience and profit of the owner. Therefore, the staff recommends denial of the requested variances from Article 21, Section 21.6.h.3 and Article 21, Section 21.6.h.5 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance.
We have Zach Smith signed up to speak on behalf of this application. You now have 5 minutes to present.
Good morning, and thank you, Valerie, and thank you, Rachel. I just wanted to make sure before I get rolling on the monologue that everybody can hear me okay.
You're okay.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you very much. Thank you again, CPC staff, for the hard work that you guys put in, making sure to get these things out on time. And Rachel, thank you for sending this report to us this week. Wanted to kind of start off with the board to kind of go over the particulars. I know you guys read this stuff in advance and review it. And the major issue at hand, if you pull up the actual floor plan, is we have an enclosure, we have a detached garage here. The applicant applied for a waiver of a 5-foot setback from the main structure for a detached garage. And this appeal was converted to basically being a carport. The requirements of 21.6P2 for detached garages, including 21.6A for the setback requirements, would allow this structure to be exactly where it's located if we were to refer to this thing as a garage. The definition of a carport is a canopy-like structure open on at least 2 sides. If we look at the floor plan, you can see that this structure is not open on 2 sides. It does not even open on 1.5 sides. It's open on 1 side and arguably about 1/3 of the other side. So by all other rounding math numbers in the CZO, you pretty much have to get to half to even consider it to round up. So we would respectfully like to push this thing and argue this thing as if it was a detached garage, which is exactly what we based our appeal on, which is exactly what we requested in our appeal. And again, in 21.6P2 and the general applications of accessory structures in 21.6A, this structure, if classified as a detached garage, which it is, meets all of the siting requirements. It meets the setback requirements from the interior lot lines. It is behind the front plane of the house. Therefore, it is not encroaching unnecessarily into any yard. You know, I just kind of wanted to put that out there because we unfortunately do have a difference of opinion with the staff of safety and permits, which it was confirmed that yes, they did receive our application for one thing, and it was converted that way due to a decision of safety and permits, even though the floor plan clearly shows that it is in fact not a carport, since it can't possibly meet the definition of carport in Article 26. With that said, I wanted to roll down a couple of these points. And I appreciate the report to call out the fact that this lot is greater in size than 86% of the other lots. If we take out the mega lots of the neighborhood that are commercial in nature, or there's one particular property that is like 80 feet wide and it's got multiple units on it, this lot is actually not specific to, you know, this width is out of its element. And I find it to be a point of note that, you know, it should be compared with other properties of this size. A permitted detached garage is very hard to do in this particular lot. It's wide enough to be attractive, but it's just not wide enough to get a full garage that meets the 5-foot setback requirement from the principal structure. The applicant here has come up with a very delicate way to solve everything other than the 5-foot setback from the principal structure. There's a point in the report that kind of notes that there are other places where this could go, arguably the rear yard. Hey, applicant, we could put this thing in the rear yard. I bring a note that currently, if there were to be a detached garage or even a carport added into the rear yard, it would create an issue where we would have to come back to this body to ask for a waiver of permeability on the site. It would push the total coverage beyond the required minimum 30%. So to that point, the size of the lot does provide itself a unique circumstance. The fact that there's really no other place to put this that's reasonable is extremely important. The fact that this is in fact a detached garage, and again, if you can pull up, I'm sorry, I can't share my screen. I know it's against the rules and out of order, but detached garage is 21.6P2. It absolutely meets those requirements. And also approvals specifically for garages. I call to the attention of the board a 46-19, which was in fact an after the fact approval of exactly such a waiver, 63-18 and 76-17. So if this would have been looked at as a detached garage, I believe there would have been a few different positions, hopefully pointed to by the board. The general crux of the issues that we don't have, again, I think we've discussed most of those. So with that said, thank you very much. It's harder on camera than when you got the whole table in front of you.
Any questions from the board?
Just a quick one for me. Did you mention something about an appeal? Did I hear that correctly, or is there also an appeal to at the beginning of your statement about whether it was a garage or carport?
No, there wasn't. The report came back to us. I believe it was Wednesday evening. I believe it was Wednesday evening. You know, we're already locked and loaded in this issue, and you know, we felt it would be very appropriate to have the conversation with the same body that would potentially have to hear an appeal. Otherwise, being able to, with your own eyes as an architect, looking at the structure and seeing clearly the definition of carport open on at least two sides where the structure is not. Again, this waiver request was asked for as a detached garage. It meets all of the code requirements of a detached garage. There's no special hardships, etc., but the exception of it is not exactly 5 feet from the principal structure. That is the request that we asked for. The enclosure on the property line, the setback from the interior property line. I'm starting to get crazy with my hands. The proximity to the street. All of that is permitted by right as per 21.6P2. all of those criteria met. I don't want to waste the board's time and go through that. The waiver request was specifically letter G, that they shall be located a minimum of 5 feet from the principal structure. That is a waiver that I bring to the board's attention that has been granted with much more regularity over the last couple of years, specifically that 46-19, which was an after the fact. This is a very appropriate placement. This is adding where existing parking exists to basically add a little security to that structure to get it out of the elements. The structure itself is completely permissible from an architectural standpoint and from a setback standpoint related to the property lines, which are out there. We would certainly hope that there's not a need to file a separate appeal. We would hope that the Board of Zoning Adjustments, being the body, can look at this, see clearly, yes, it's not a carport, and agree that, yes, we're going to quarterback this thing audible and allow the appeal allow the waiver. I'm sorry, I used the words interchangeably. Allow the waiver that was requested, which was for a detached garage to be less than 5 feet from the main structure.
Cool. I just want to make sure clear, because you had said appeal and then you were talking about the garage versus carport and safety and permits, and I just wasn't sure if you were doing something else with appealing.
No official appeal has been requested.
Got it. Okay, cool. Thank you.
We got it a little too late.
I just had a question for staff. Why the interpretation of carport instead of detached garage? If you can elaborate on that.
This interpretation was made by the zoning administrator. These go through the zoning department and safety and permits before they reach us. And so that interpretation was made by them, as well as the necessary variances. But if you look on the plans, you can see that 2 of the elevations have an open wall. And then if you look at what you would call, I guess, a floor plan, it says open wall, open wall. And then one side of it, one of the interior sides is like half open. So that's, I believe, what the zoning administrator saw.
And just as a quick follow-up, I know the applicant knows this, but if there is, if the applicant believes that the Department of Safety and Permits erred in their determination that this is a carport, then they would be able to appeal that within 45 days of that determination. So I would suggest that they reach out to Safety and Permits to get that in writing.
I appreciate that, Emily. While I do understand the technicalities required of appealing the director's decision, again, I would respectfully ask the board, being the final arbiter of both pathways, to take a look at this. Ultimately, if they decide it needs to be punted and that we pay a $250 fee to go ask for an appeal of the director's determination so it gets right back to the same body in about 90 more days, I mean, so be it. But it would seem unconscionable that we would start a whole new clock when we can have a conversation about the carport. The applicant would have been very open to having that conversation with the department directly had the staff report been given with more than basically 2 business days before this meeting. So unfortunately, it was unable to even have that conversation and talk about it. What I am prepared to do is to say, and I appreciate, Rachel, the point out of the carport's dimensions, or how it's called out, open walls. The engineer that actually drew this up is very particular about stormwater and a couple other things. And they call out 32-inch anchors on center in that wall. So a huge majority of that wall, if it's at 12 feet, we clearly have 96 plus inches of wall because of the way the anchors are positioned. So again, while there might be an opening in a wall, I think it would be inappropriate to call a wall that is less than 1/3 of the way open as an open wall for the purposes of calling this a carport. And again, there's nowhere else in the CZO, including the definition of open fence, any determination of parking counts, where anything less than 50% gets rounded up. So again, to meet the definition of carport on at least 2 sides, I respectfully would ask the board to try and have a conversation with their attorney and see if it can be done. If it can't, respectfully, we will obviously go that route. But to start a new appeal process, we're talking about meeting the deadline for August, not being heard since September. After that decision is made, then we come back to this board, which I think would be very inappropriate, considering the timing has all been made by the applicant.
So just a quick question, or just my only moment for hesitation on this is being careful that we're getting into a conversation of arguing how something is interpreted versus what we're tasked with at this time. That currently we're charged with the question before us, particular to the two waivers as requested. So while I understand the context of what the applicant's representative is presenting, let's just be careful of where we do place the argument at this juncture.
Oh, no. The staff is kicking ass. Sorry to say that on YouTube, but the staff is doing a fantastic job with limited resources to make this work. And for those that don't know how hard they work, it is important to draw attention to the fact that they are working all hours of the day. I get the report from Rachel well after hours. We get questions on the weekends, all this sort of stuff. So they are doing a fantastic job to run traffic through that office for all these important projects. And it's very commendable and should be applauded.
Laying it on thick, Mr. Smith. No, but for the sake of this, it's just, and that's more of a comment for the board members right now, just to kind of keep it in perspective, but I do appreciate where you're presenting from.
Yeah, and in the event for time, I would put out there that if the board's attorney recommends that it needs to go back, then I would actually throw myself on the board and say I would request that we actually seek, the waiver against the official advice of the staff based on what you guys are seeing with your own eyes to potentially grant the waiver as it's been presented by the staff.
Okay.
In lieu of going back and starting again. It'd be 120 days before we're back here.
No, much appreciated. Any other questions from the board? And we'll keep your points in consideration when we come back to this. Next item, please.
Thank you all.
Thank you. The next item, BZA docket 06021, has been automatically deferred to the August 16th meeting. The next item on the agenda is BZA docket 06221 for the property at 2377 Rousseau Street. Following the staff presentation, the applicant will have 5 minutes to present. We have Mary Gilmore signed up to speak on behalf of this application. Joseph. Is he on the call? Joseph?
Looks like he might be having audio.
Is he having audio issues? Okay.
Can't hear me.
Okay. I'll go ahead and do his presentation. This request is for variances from the provisions of Article 22, Section 22(8)(b)(1), Article 22, Section 22(11)(d)(1), Article 22, Section 22(11)(d)(2), and Article 22, Section 22(11)(d)(3) of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to permit the construction of a single-family residence with a parking space in the front yard and a driveway with insufficient setback from an interior lot line. Based on the staff report, the staff believes that the requested variance of Article 13, Section 13(a)(1), Table 13-2 fails to meet 6 of the 9 criteria of the standards of variance of Article 4, and that there are no such special circumstances which are peculiar to the land. The literal interpretation of the ordinance will not deprive the applicants of rights commonly enjoyed by other properties in the district. The special circumstances were caused by the applicant. The variance will confer on the applicant's special privileges. The property regulations will not result in a demonstrable hardship. The change is exclusively for the convenience and profit of the owner. With the requested variances of Article 22, Section 22(8)(b)(1), 22(11)(d)(1), and 22(11)(d)(2 fail to meet one additional criteria in that granting the variance will alter the essential character of the locality. Therefore, the staff recommends denial of the requested variances. And the applicant now has 5 minutes to present. Mary Gilmore.
Good morning, this is Mary. Can you hear me? Great. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about this application. I appreciate the detail in the staff report. However, I'd like to make the case that the application does in fact meet all 9 criteria for approval. I've also included these points in a formal letter, which was provided with the application that you can reference to go point by point. Criteria 1, special conditions and circumstances. The staff argument is that the lot is a compliant size, which is true. However, there are other unique circumstances particular to this lot. The main one being that the 3 immediately adjacent properties are set back 12 feet from the property line, even though zoning allows structures to be built to the front property. Because this is a historic district, new development is required to match the prevailing setbacks along the streetscape. Therefore, this development is proposed to also be set back 12 feet to continue that continuity of the street. Criteria 2, provisions that would deprive the applicant of rights commonly enjoyed by others. The staff argument is that most properties have compliant parking locations. However, the staff report also includes a table that indicates that 25% of nearby properties have similar non-complying parking locations. So that's 1 in 4 nearby properties enjoy this same right. Criteria 3, special conditions resulting from the actions of the applicant. That is not the case here. The special conditions outlined in criteria 1 are the setbacks of the adjacent properties, which is an existing condition that predates this development. Criteria 4, the variance grant the applicant special privilege, which is denied to others. Again, similar to criteria 2, 25% of nearby properties have the same condition. Will the variance alter the essential character of the locality? So in fact, this design was unanimously approved by the HDLC ARC committee, and the house is deliberately set back from the front property line, which is causing the need for the variance in order to continue the visual continuity of the streetscape. So it is actually intended to keep the essential character of the locality. Criteria 6, adherence to the regulation would result in a hardship to the owner. So bringing the setback into compliance by moving the front facade to the property line would in fact create an incompatible massing within the historic context, and that would not be acceptable to the HDLC for this property. Criteria 7, the request is not based on convenience or profit for the owner. The request is based on the desire to maintain the historic continuity of the streetscape for new construction to match those HDLC guidelines. Criteria 8 and 9, the staff report argued that these criteria were met. So in conclusion, I would argue that this development pattern is consistent with the character of the neighborhood. It's commonly enjoyed by other properties in the district, and the modifications necessary to bring this condition into compliance would create an incompatible massing in the historic context. Thank you.
Any questions from the board? Just a real quick one for you, Ms. Gilmore. So I'm looking at the plan, and from what I'm seeing referenced in your sheet A 0.1, while it's not dimensioned, it appears that your front edge of the building is actually further back than the 2 adjoining structures. So if I'm looking at it to the right, in the building to the left of it, it actually is built to the front property line. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so we have that condition at play. The second one is, so if I'm looking at the 2 similarly developed lots to the right along Russo Street, they do have the depth provided, or at least the setback condition of where the side entry is provided is further back within the plan. So when I get into your floor plan development of the ground floor, there seems to be a much deeper front porch at that condition, as well as I can't get into how many risers are being provided on that entry. But I think something in a design condition on that side of the property is what's really driving a ship, as opposed to where the front edge placement of the building is. I'm just seeing that there may be some things here, including the entry area outside of the stair to that doorway on the side entry, that's really driving a ship of where the compliant parking pad is provided.
I appreciate those comments. I would also note that the 2 adjacent properties that have the same parking condition have a much deeper lot.
Yep.
And so they are able to expand their footprint further back.
Correct. And but I think you have a 20-foot 9-inch, so almost not 21, but 20-foot plus depth rear yard. So you do have, I mean, I'm looking at all these areas where inches could be taken back in order to get this closer to make this something that's a little bit, I don't want to say a little bit more palatable, but just closer to a point of compliance. Any other questions from the board?
Yeah, I'm just puzzling over the setback thing that you were raising as well. And forgive my dumb question, but is it measured to the facade or to the porch and the overhang and the roof line when you guys measure the setback from a zoning standpoint? It's a question for staff.
Can you hear me?
Barely.
It's very faint, Joseph.
Okay, let me try this. So as per the CZO definition in Article 26, the front face of the building facade is where the measurement is to, because porches, covered porches are exempt from that standard.
That's what I thought. I just wanted to double check. I'm not. Yeah. Thanks.
Any other questions from the board?
Yeah, as it relates to the parking pad location, permitted 3 feet, provided 6 inches, waiver 2'6". Ms. Gilmore, the properties on the right side, or maybe staff can say, are they also basically waiving this? It looks like the condition is the same, where the proximity of the site, a proximity to the property line is that same condition where it doesn't meet that piece, right?
I would say yes, based on what I've observed at the site, those parking spaces appear to be at the side lot line.
But just keep in mind that we're still dealing with that third waiver when we're talking about parking space in the front yard, which I think is also, while that may address one of the criteria, we're still dealing with this other one where it does extend into the front yard.
Right. So another dumb question. So the parking space on the side, what the back of the car spot, where does that have to align with? Does it have to align with the face of the building or the face of the porch?
Face of the building.
The front facade of the building.
Oh, so that's a lot. Okay. All right. Got it.
So the parking space itself is a compliant size. It's just where it's set back from the front facade.
And so Commissioner Diaz, that's why I brought up the point I made about the placement, the depth of that secondary porch, the depth of the entry space between the stair, and the fact that there's still a remaining 9 inches of rear yard setback that can be taken into account to shift that parking stall further back, and even look at the alignment of how the front facade is with the 2 adjoining properties to the right on Russo Street. If they were brought 100% in alignment, is that the easier way to bring this within compliance?
Yeah, and I want to say that probably is, if I remember correctly, it's an average of the existing conditions, right? So if I were to take an average of that street, at least the 5 adjacent properties, one being very pushed to the edge on the corner, 3, 5 in is basically just the stoop kind of condition. You probably can push that forward even I would say arguably a little bit more, that even aligning to the ones on the right side of the property. Maybe,
Right.
I don't know.
And yeah, that was another, so a question to staff, Joseph or whomever else may be able to help us out. Ms. Gilmore made reference to the 12-foot setback condition, and that's where she had to provide it. I'm unclear on that. Is it 12 feet or is it the average?
So this question is referring to the main building's front yard setback, is that correct?
Correct.
So yeah, it's so with I'm trying to recall. I believe this is section 11.3.8.2, where the developers on sites have three options, right, to develop a site. One is historical Sanborn maps. One is an existing building if it exists there currently, and the last one is the average front yard of the two adjacent lots, since this isn't a corner lot. So that does affect the front yard, but you know, the width of a front yard portion is of course a variable that can be revised.
If it's the adjacent two properties average, that basically could, I mean, without sort of, you know, being a designer here, but could put the actual house to about, push the front face of the house to about where the porch is.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, without just saying that. So just to Todd's point, it might be, Ms. Gilmore, like there might be something that you can do there to push that front facade forward and maybe push back the setback. It seems that there's, you know, a little wiggle room there on that landing, more than you would probably need by code, to, you know, have a landing right outside a door, and maybe reduce that difference.
Because right now it's shown as a 6-foot depth front porch. Then I believe it's 6 feet as well for that rear porch. So I think what the code requires either 36 or 48 inches. Forgot what the required depth would be, unless it's 5 feet up. I'm gonna lean on my other two compadres on the board for that one. But Ms. Gilmore, I would strongly advise us to kind of look at those conditions to see where this could be addressed to better address this condition. I mean, I appreciate that a design aesthetic is trying to be maintained, but just looking at it from the simple condition of the CZO, it just kind of, it's forcing me to see some other ways that this could be brought closer to compliance. Any other questions from the board? Next item.
Thank you.
Okay, now we will begin with the new business for safety and permit decision appeals. The next item is BZA docket 06121. This is an appeal of the decision of the Director of the Department of Safety and Permits regarding the determination that the 6 dwelling units on the ground floor of Building A are subject to the multi-family dwelling lot area per dwelling unit standard and not the above ground floor dwelling lot area per dwelling unit standard. We have Michael Schneider signed up to speak on behalf of this application. Following the safety and permits staff presentation, you will have 5 minutes to present. Safety and permits.
Good morning, board and staff. Relative to 3401 St. Charles Avenue, the applicant's appeal alleges errors in the department's interpretation that the CZO provision related to dwelling above the ground floor applies per building rather than per project. Appellant's project involves 2 buildings within a single development site. Building A, which consists entirely of multifamily dwelling units, and Building B, which consists of ground floor non-residential unit uses and multifamily dwelling units on the levels above the ground floor. Appellant's application for appeal describes their request as follows. Appeal of the interpretation of the CZO by the Department of Safety and Permits that the dwelling units within Building A of ownership's project do not qualify as dwelling above the ground floor as defined in the CZO solely because these dwelling units are not located in the same building as the ground floor non-residential uses in Building B of the same mixed-use project. While applicant did not attach documentation of this interpretation, it is a correct representation of the department's position on the matter. The department attaches an email from Nick Kindle to Emily Hernandez dated April 30th, 2021 that we believe sets out the interpretation in question. Nick's email states, the definition refers to the building, so we are going to have to look at this at the individual building level. So the dwelling units in Building B would be subject to the dwelling above the ground floor lot area per dwelling unit standard, and the dwelling units in Building A would be subject to the multifamily dwelling lot area per dwelling unit standard. Dwelling above the ground floor is defined as follows. Dwelling units that are within multi-story buildings located above non-residential uses on the ground floor or located behind non-residential uses on the ground floor. In the case of dwelling units located behind non-residential uses on the ground floor, non-residential uses shall be located along the primary street frontage. CZO 26.3, emphasis added. The department believes that it is clear that this provision is intended to apply separately to each building containing dwelling units above the ground floor and not to be applied to only certain buildings in a larger mixed-use project. First, CZO 26.2.a makes clear that the singular number includes the plural and the plural the singular. Building is defined in 26.3 as a structure designed or built or used for the support, enclosure, shelter, or protection of persons, animals, or property. Here, each building constitutes a separate structure designed or built for the shelter of persons, and thus each must be individually evaluated under the definition of dwelling above the ground floor. Applicants may seek to point to the provision within the dwelling above the ground floor that allows for residential units to be located behind non-residential ground floor uses. That provision is meant to allow for ground floor residential uses to be located behind ground floor non-residential uses in a large and deep mixed-use building. It does not carry to separate buildings within the same development. If this definition were intended to apply per development or per project, the CZO would have used that language rather than clearly referring to buildings, itself a CZO-defined term. The CZO does use those terms when that is meant, e.g. the definitions for development plan, eco-district, affordable housing development, affordable housing unit, noise abatement plan, outlot, plan development, private recreation, indoor or outdoor, real estate model unit, security and operations plan, senior housing set aside, strip center development, traffic impact analysis, and transit-oriented development. Because dwelling above the ground floor applies per building, a building with more than 2 dwelling units containing ground floor non-residential uses would be subject to the minimum lot area per dwelling unit standard for dwelling above the ground floor, which is 800 square feet per dwelling unit. A building with more than 2 dwelling units that does not contain ground floor non-residential uses in that building would be subject to the minimum lot area per dwelling unit standard for multifamily dwelling, which is 1,000 square feet per dwelling unit. Therefore, under the current development plan put forth by appellant, Building A would require a minimum lot area per dwelling unit of 1,000 square feet per dwelling unit, and Building B would require a minimum lot area per dwelling unit of 800 square feet per dwelling unit. Given all of this, the department's decision should be upheld. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Snyder, you have time to present.
Thank you, everyone. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. My name is Michael Schneider. I'm the lawyer for the owners of the development at 3401 St. Charles Avenue. This is an appeal of the Department of Safety and Permits interpretation of the zoning ordinance definition of dwellings above the ground floor. You likely already know this project fairly well from the variance application, so I won't dwell on the specifics of the project. The zoning ordinance definition of dwellings above the ground floor is the key to this appeal. Because it's so important, I want to quote it. Quote, dwelling units that are within multi-story buildings located above non-residential uses on the ground floor or located behind non-residential uses on the ground floor. In the case of dwelling units located behind non-residential units on the ground floor, non-residential uses shall be located along the primary street frontage, close quote. The department contends this definition must be applied on a building by building basis. We disagree. The department's response to this appeal quotes Mr. Kindle's email, which, by the way, we did attach to our appeal. The same one that they attached, we also attach. Mr. Kindle wrote, the definition, quote, refers to the building. So we are going to have to look at this at the individual building level, period, close quote. The definition does use the term building, but not in the way Mr. Kindle contends. The definition says that a dwelling unit must be, quote, within multi-story buildings. That is the one and only time the term building is used. The use of the term building in this definition requires the units to be in a multi-story building. They can't be in a single-story building. Clearly, the dwelling units must be in a building. Dwelling units can't be in something that is not a building. That's not what's in dispute. But nowhere in the definition does it require the dwelling units to be in the same building as the non-residential uses. All it requires is that the units must be in a multi-story building and must be above or behind non-residential uses on the ground floor. If the city council had intended to require them to be in the same building, it could have said so. It did not do that. The zoning ordinance is clear when there is a requirement to be in the same building. I refer you to CZO section 28.4A1. Quote, the affordable housing units shall be located on site within the same structure as the market rate dwelling units, close quote. That section uses the phrase, the same structure. If the owners of this project elect to adopt the voluntary inclusionary zoning program, they could not put all of the affordable units in one building and the market rate units in the other building. When the zoning ordinance intends a building by building standard, it says so. It does not say that in the definition of dwellings above the ground floor. The department's response to this appeal also says the definition would have used the terms per development or per project if that's how it was supposed to be applied. The very issue in this dispute, in this appeal, is the minimum lot area. That's where the term dwellings above the ground floor is used. Note the use of the term lot. The lot is what is relevant here. Lot is what is defined in the zoning ordinance. It is a lot that must be a certain minimum size. In the absence of language requiring a different type of analysis, the only logical way to apply the definition in this context is on a per lot basis. Applying the definition of dwellings above the ground floor on a per lot basis is also consistent with the purpose of the lower density standard for dwellings above the ground floor. This density bonus encourages pedestrian-oriented mixed-use projects in this district. Projects with non-residential uses on the ground floor along the primary street frontage are rewarded with the lower density standard. Applying the definition on a building by building basis denies the lower density standard to a portion of this project. This hinders rather than encourages pedestrian-oriented mixed-use developments in violation of the express purpose of this district. Building B is a multi-story mixed-use building with non-residential uses on the ground floor. These non-residential uses are located along St. Charles and Louisiana Avenues, the primary street frontages for this development. All units in Building A are located behind the non-residential uses in Building B and therefore qualify as dwellings above the ground floor. We respectfully ask the BZA to reverse the determination by the Department of Safety and Permits and find that the dwelling units in Building A qualify as dwellings above the ground floor. Thank you.
Any questions from the board? Okay, hearing none. I guess we could move to the next item on the docket unless it's time for recess.
Okay, the next item, okay, we will begin with our new business for any other matters. The next item on the agenda is the consideration of the election of officers.
Okay, thank you. And I think we just traditionally try to handle this at the end of the meeting. But also since
Okay.
the woman isn't present today, as well as Mr. Rufo isn't present as well, I'd like to consider us shifting it to the end of the docket or for future consideration at the next board meeting.
Okay. Well, this concludes our
Well,
present.
I'm the only one. I'm sorry. So any questions from the board? Anybody?
Do we need to make a motion for that or?
No, I just want to make sure I just spoke. I don't want to just speak in as if I'm speaking on everyone's behalf.
I agree with moving it to next meeting, making sure everyone's present, can be heard.
Okay.
Yep.
We can take it up after the public comment. Sorry, I was interrupting.
Yes.
No, you good. Thank you, Missy.
Yes.
All right, Valerie, is it time for 30-minute recess?
It is. Is my microphone still on?
You're on.
Okay, good. This concludes the presentation of dockets with the board now recessed until, you want to do 12:20?
Let's do that.
Okay. Consideration of dockets, including public comments, will begin at 12:20 p.m. Please refer to the screen for public comment rules. Public comments will be accepted until the close of the recess. Would the board now consider a motion to recess until 12:20 p.m.?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Diaz and a second by Commissioner Gonzalez to go to recess, and we will reconvene at 12:20. Roll call vote, Commissioner Akins,
Yes.
Commissioner Alvarez,
Yes.
Commissioner Diaz,
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez. You're on mute.
Yay.
And Commissioner James is a yay, and that motion is passed. We'll reconvene at 12:20. And please, as Valerie noted, please check the notes to properly log any public comment. Val, I'm assuming we're just waiting on Emily at this point.
I'm here. I think we can go ahead. Is Missy back on the call?
I'm here.
Okay, let's go ahead and get started then, or return from recess. Val, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. Would the board consider a motion to return from recess?
Mara Egan, so moved.
Alvarez seconds.
We have a motion by Commissioner Higgins and a second by Commissioner Alvarez to return from recess. Roll call vote. Commissioner Higgins,
Yes.
Commissioner Alvarez,
Yes.
Commissioner Diaz,
Yes.
and Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yay.
Commissioner James, yay, and that motion passed. And I guess let's return back with docket 042-21.
Okay. This 042-21 is a property located at 812 Alvar Street. This request is for a variance to permit mechanical equipment with, let me just say this first, the public comment form is now closed, and we will begin consideration of dockets in the public comment portion of the meeting. BZA 042-21 is a request for a variance to permit mechanical equipment with insufficient setback from an interior side lot line. And as a reminder to the board, the staff recommendation is for approval. There were no public comments received for this item, so no need for rebuttal.
All right, thank you, Valerie. So based on that, does anyone on the board have any further questions for the applicant or their representative? Don't see Ms. Weber back on the call.
She is joining right now.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if motion's in order?
Yeah, unless anyone else has questions for the applicant's representative, proceed.
In regard to docket BCA 042-21, I Jose Alvarez move to approve the request of waiver articles 21, section 21.6.T.1 mechanical equipment location and accept staff recommendations that meet all 9 criteria of the variances of Article 4, Section 4F of the comprehensive zoning ordinance, subject to the 3 provisos.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Mara Egan, second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Alvarez and a second by Commissioner Eggins regarding BZA docket number 042-21. Accepting the staff's recommendation, believing that the 9 criteria have been met, and move for approval with the 3 noted provisos for the requested waiver of Article 21, Section 21.6T1 for mechanical equipment location. And as noted, the approval with the 3 standard provisos. Roll call vote. Commissioner Eggins,
Yes.
Commissioner Alvarez,
Yes.
Commissioner Diaz,
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
Yay.
and Commissioner James is a yay as well, and that motion approves unanimously.
The next item is a request for a variance to permit the construction of a 2-family residence with excessive building height. As a reminder to the staff, the staff recommendation, as a reminder to the board, the staff recommendation is for denial. However, the applicant is requesting an additional 30-day deferral and this is for BZA docket 05521. There were public comments received. The first is in opposition of this application. Stephanie Lyman, 1411 Moss Street, New Orleans, 70118. Dear Planning Commission members, I urge you to deny the proposed structure, docket 95521 at 905 Moss Street near Dumaine. Like most of my neighbors in the Faubourg St. John neighborhood, Faubourg St. John, I am committed to preserving the natural and architectural beauty of the neighborhood. For this reason, when we built our home on the bayou in 2003, we strive to maintain the historic integrity to such a degree that those unaware assume the structure has been there for 100 years. In its proportions and style, our home blends into the neighborhood and area we chose for this aesthetic favor. In glaring contrast, the proposed structure with its hotel-like proportions would disrupt the cultural integrity of the Bayou St. John and interrupt the beautiful skyline. This is based not just on the height, but on the overall massiveness. Excuse me. As I said in an earlier note, it is regrettable that no mention was made of this variance request until days before the initial board review, and no sign posted to alert residents. I did observe a sign face down on an empty lot. It is problematic that the applicants claim to have communicated with neighbors, but not have done so. Even since agreeing to reapply in July 19, it is my understanding that the applicants did not meet with the Parkway neighborhood group through the group agreed to fit them in, though the foot group agreed to fit them in at the end of a very full meeting last month or some other point before today. I hope you will honor the will of so many of us who have settled in this charming and unique community. Sincerely, Stephanie Lyman. The next comment is in opposition of the application. Tony B. McCormick, 859 Taft Place. This request is out of scope of the neighborhood. There are already a half a dozen massive and/or unattractive new construction built along the bayou that have permanently altered the visual charm of the area. We don't need more buildings with insufficient parking / green space or heights that block views of homes that have long been present on the bayou. Please stop the commercialization of our residential neighborhood. Next comment is in opposition. Amy Sharp, 1114 Moss Street. I am so sorry that most residents who are opposed to this building feel very left out of the decision process. At least at the last meeting, the decision was referred because the owners wanted to meet with the neighborhood groups opposed. This never happened. In addition, we all received an email from our neighboring group at 4:30 p.m. the day before the 10 a.m. next day deadline for comments to be sent to the commissioners. Why are the people most affected by this decision constantly being left out of the loop? It really does not inspire confidence in the BZA. The proposed structure is over the top and in no way fits with this historic neighborhood. It will certainly impair an adequate supply of light and air to adjacent properties, as well as increase traffic congestion. Lastly, it is very difficult to believe that this is going to be a single family residence. I see an Airbnb in their future. Amy Sharp, 1411 Moss Street. Next comment is in opposition. SP Johnson, 2822 LePage Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70119. To the BZA, thank you for your diligent consideration of the 905 Moss Street variance request. Please grant the applicant a generous deferral so that they will have enough time to contact the neighborhood associations for a conference. The media, the Louisiana Landmarks Society, and the preservationists are also watching this matter closely. As a reminder, over 100 neighbors, most of them owner occupants, have written to oppose the variance as it was originally formulated. These letters are available for study on One Stop. Yours sincerely, S.P. Johnson, renter occupant, 2822 LePage Street, New Orleans, 70119, Town of Carrollton Watch, LLC. The next comment is in opposition of the application from Elizabeth Bordeaux, 902 North Tennessee Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70119. Give the facts that the Faubourg St. John Neighborhood Association does not meet every month according to their website. I would like to support the 60-day deferral of this matter. If it would not be accepted by the BZA, then I support the staff's recommendation. Next comment is in opposition. Orlando A. Gonzalez, 1204 North Lopez Street. As a homeowner in this neighborhood, I'm opposed to the height variations as they have a broad effect on character of the neighborhood, particularly on Moss Street, which given it runs along the bayou. It is a gathering place for the whole neighborhood and our broader community. I respectfully request that the CPC does not deny this request and that the owners be required to comply with the standard height guidelines. And that is the end of the comments for item number 2. There was opposition, so the applicant has 5 minutes to rebut. Libby,
Hi.
are you?
Yeah, I'm here. So as discussed in the first half of the meeting, we're requesting another deferral. I spoke with the owners and they find the 60 days acceptable. So I did have one question though for the board. With that 60-day deferral, if we are able to meet with the neighborhood sooner and have drawings ready next week, is it possible to be on the next agenda, or it's only you won't hear it again for 60 days?
So that would only get heard for 60 days.
Okay.
So you would need to then request the 30. So, and the reason why is, I mean, you run a risk and we're trying to avoid, look, staff is pretty inundated at this point, and we want to respect being responsive. So, or at least the staff's ability to be responsive to applicants. Also considering there's so much of a what if, I think the 60 days is safer.
Yeah, that's fine. I was just curious so I could, tell the owners what to expect. And just while I have the floor, I did want to say, a lot of these comments say that we haven't been reaching out, and that's false. So I just want the board to know, I've reached out to the head of the neighborhood association multiple times with no response. So we'll continue to do so and try and gather additional contacts, because I just have one person's contact information right now. So I can try, to gather other contacts to reach out. But I just wanted to let y'all know that we really have been trying to engage the neighborhood, and it just, we haven't gotten any response.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from board? What's the pleasure of the board?
Motion is in order, Chair.
Yes, ma'am, you can proceed.
In regards to docket number 055-21, I, Tamara Egan's, move to defer the matter for 60 days.
We have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Ramiro Diaz, second.
Thank you. All right, so we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Egan's and a second by Commissioner Diaz to request a 60-day deferral of BZA docket number 055-21. Time for a roll call vote. Commissioner Egan's.
Yes.
Commissioner Alvarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Diaz.
Yes.
And Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yay.
And Commissioner James is a yay, and that motion passed for a 60-day deferral. And look, thank you to you and your applicant for taking the time to re-engage with the community on this question.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you, guys.
Next item.
The next item is BZA docket 05621 for a property at 2631 Newport Street. This request is for variances to permit the construction of a single-family residence with eaves that encroach less than 2 feet from a lot line. As a reminder to the board, the staff recommendation is for denial, and we have not received public comments for this item.
Okay, understanding no public comment, and is the applicant back on?
I don't see him on here. I don't know if he actually requested a 30-day deferral or
He did
60-day
not.
deferral, but I know we were discussing that.
Yeah. There seemed to be a lot of just a lack of understanding of the process. So what maybe if we consider shifting it to the end of the agenda, and that way we could give him time to get in so we could probably hear it and just see if he wants to do any type of deferral requests.
All right, I'll also reach out to him via email.
Okay. And I know that impacts docket 56 as well as 57. So Missy, would that require for us to suspend the rules to defer it since it's not a technical issue, it's just he's not present?
Yeah, let's go ahead and suspend the rules and take these out of order because we're actually voting this time. Last time we were just hearing.
Thank you. So understanding that, is there a motion on the floor to suspend the rules and move BZA docket number 056 and 57-21 to the end of the agenda?
Alfonso, so moved.
Yeah, somebody hit the whammy first. No, we have a second.
Second.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tamar.
We have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Commissioner Gonzalez and a second by Commissioner Eggins to suspend the rules and defer BZA docket number 056-21 and BZA docket 057-21 to the end of today's agenda. Roll call vote, Commissioner Eggins,
Yes.
Commissioner Alvarez,
Yes.
Commissioner Diaz,
Yes.
and Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yay.
And Commissioner James is a yes, and that motion is approved. So let's move to docket number 58-21.
Just as a quick note, I know the applicant for this one was having some technical issues, and we never did circle back for their presentation. I believe their architect, Michael Ball, would like to present that. I don't know if we have to suspend the rules to allow for presentation during this portion, or if we can proceed.
Missy, do we need to suspend the rules so that we could get the initial round of comments and review? I know we heard the comments from staff earlier, or can we just, since we're already going into Q&A, allow him the 5 minutes to present, then go straight into Q&A?
Whoops, I was on mute, sorry. I think the rules say that the presentation has to be before the public comment. So just to be safe, let's go ahead and suspend the rules to allow for the presentation now.
Okay. So is there a motion on the floor to suspend the rules for BZA docket 058-21 so that we could hear the initial presentation by the owner's representative, Michael Ball?
So moved, Tamara.
Is there a second?
Alvarez, second.
Second.
All right, thank you. Got it. Man, that whammy, y'all getting good on this one right now. No, so roll call vote, Commissioner Eggins,
Yes.
Commissioner Alvarez,
Yes.
Commissioner Diaz,
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
Yay.
and Commissioner James is a yay, and that motion passed. Mr. Ball, you have 5 minutes to make a presentation on behalf of the applicant.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Great, thanks. First of all, I'd like to, as before, thank all city employees for their diligent work on this project. It's been a productive process working with everybody and hearing comments and reading the report. I do have a few points of contention, or at least some questions about some of the issues which are raised during the report. But first of all, I'd like to make it clear that this is an addition to an existing house, which would be on top of an existing detached carport, which has some implications as to whether we're actually changing the massing of the building or not, and that has to do with the way setbacks are described. Let me go into the document to go through the objections. It looks as though, let me apologize. Let me page back up to the commentary. Just give me a second here. I might have lost it. Here we are. So item number 1 in particular says, do special conditions and circumstances exist which are peculiar to the land, structure, or building involved are not applicable to others in the same zoning district? And the staff brought up that, yes, there is a servitude. We brought up there's a servitude in the back of the lot. The staff made the point that, yes, that may be so, but the servitude exists for all houses in the area. I would like to bring up the fact that this is unusual for the city as a whole. Typically, the service from the sewer and water is from the street, not from the back. But in regard to a later agenda item addressing the pool that the client had installed in the property a couple of years before, that servitude and location of those utilities affected where the pool could be located on the property, and in turn greatly constrained his ability to expand the home office, which he very much needs, into the backyard, which necessitated the variance, the variance on the one side yard setback at the neighbor's yard. And regarding that, I'd also like to point out that the effective setback from the main house has been described as 27 feet 3 inches or so, and the new setback with the addition would be 3 feet. As I said, this setback or this addition is to be built, constructed on top of an existing carport. So really, the setback isn't really from existing site improvements isn't changing. It's just the setback from the main house, which to me is sort of a semantic issue. And also, I'd like to bring up on item number 2, 59% of properties in the area have compliant interior side yards, 41% do not. This is almost a 50-50 mix to me. And I think an argument can be made that 41% of surveyed properties having one or more non-compliant interior side yards is more common than totally uncommon. It's not really atypical for the area, for the zoning district. That would be my contention. I mean, the application overall is for a home office. It's, COVID has necessitated that people work from home. My client is currently using all of the square footage in his house. It's about 2,500 square feet. It's one of the smallest, if not the smallest, on that street in that zoning district. So he's really kind of constrained, and we've done everything we can to find alternate locations for his home office, but this is really the most logical and really the only place, the sort of inevitable destination for that improvement. The variance, I mean, the design, I've worked with him, I've studied the neighborhood, and we're trying to be as sensitive as possible to existing context with regard to setback from the street, architectural details, materials, etc. We really want to make this addition look as though it has always been part of the house, which is about 105, 110 years old, a masonry structure. It would enlarge the house. It would really enhance the sort of curb appeal, not only of that property, but of other properties, adjacent properties on the street. And and my client has been in contact with some of his neighbors. We were both of the opinion that this will be a significant improvement to the neighborhood as a whole.
Mr. Ball, that's the end of your time.
Thank you.
Okay, Missy, do we need to suspend the rules and then return to since we were in the presentation section of the meeting, do we need to suspend rules to go back to the second part?
No, we just suspended the rules to hear the presentation out of order, so we're fine.
All right, thank you. Just want to make sure I'm checking all the boxes.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. And any questions from the board? Just a quick point, Mr. Ball, just looking at what you have. My biggest point of concern right now is while I respect what you're looking at from the context of how to develop the project, my bigger concern is with the use of servitudes. Traditionally with servitudes, any structures that are built within a servitude or easement restraint area would need to be demolished at the cost of the owner in the case of the servitude needing to be accessed or modified. So proposing something like this, especially of a building structure within that area, really causes a bigger point of contention down the road with these type of easements. And I know you made the presentation point about this is uncharacteristic with the city's development. I do understand what you're saying from the greater whole of how the city has been developed. But case in point with cases like Newcomb Street, and I want to say that most of Broadmoor actually has a very similar development condition where these servitudes do come through the rear yard in order to redirect where utilities are distributed through the site. So you will see more often than not utility poles through the rear yards or through those rear yard alleys to provide utility services across that neighborhood. So just a couple points I wanted to make sure that was at least understood, that this is, while it is a little unique, but it is something as a part of this development standards, especially in that uptown area.
May I make a comment?
You may. Go ahead.
I'd like to ask, we are not proposing to build within the servitude. Are you saying that expanding or making the addition to the house over the existing carport constitutes a new encroachment upon the side yard?
No, I was unclear because it was kind of hard for me to establish where it's at, but now I do see that the pool is pushed forward, and my apologies. The servitude is behind the pool and not on the side of the alley. So disregard what I just said. I'm squinting at a screen, so I apologize.
I thought you may have been referring to street access to that servitude.
No. The only other point I was going to make to that is, but again, you're now creating an extension of the primary use of the structure into that side yard setback. And that's where the bigger problem lies from a zoning standpoint. Right now with the carport, that's theoretically an accessory structure. So I believe those are allowed to exist within the side yards as well as rear yard setbacks. But now this creates a further condition that would create a bigger problem just from creating some level of a precedent in this neighborhood with particular consideration of adding on to the second floor. It really makes it hard to get past, I want to say that's criteria 7. Let me just make sure I'm referencing the correct one. Yeah, with that primarily this is to the benefit of the owner for profit and convenience. That, I mean, you're essentially creating more square footage, which does increase the value of the property in some condition without any type of consideration of how else this could have been done.
Yeah, I understand. It's just, given the client's use of the house currently, I mean, all of the square feet are spoken for. Once again, this is the only place he can expand and build a home office, which once again will put him more in line with the average square footage of a house on the street. And I mean, one other thing to note, the existing house, I think at 21 Newcomb Boulevard, it's set back about 30 feet from its property line. So it's still, it's not as though we're building, say, 3 or 6 feet from an existing house. There's still considerable clearance. It's just sort of phase shifted from the property line.
Right, but so consider this. even though that existing building next door may have some distance, we can't just grant someone's ability to go within a setback just due to the other building not being within certain proximity to property line. That would be mitigating the neighbor's ability to develop within their rights.
Yeah.
So in order to preserve some type of context for future development. So we got to keep that, just keep in mind, if we did one, that almost falls to criteria 9 and reducing that person's ability to develop their property rights and right of air and light.
Understood. I mean, I would only add that my client has just contacted me. He says at least one of my neighbors enjoys a separate guest house and office at 10 Newcomb Boulevard. And as I understand, this isn't atypical for these properties. Oh, he actually just texted me too. This is actually, there's a basement above ground, and then there's the main floor of the house it's not really the second floor, it's more of a 1.5 level. It's the roof line, or I think the midpoint of the slope on the roof of this expansion, of this addition rather, is 6 or 7 feet below the eave of the existing second floor of this house. So that's to give an idea of massing. That will be made clear in the elevations that we submitted in the package.
Okay. But again, we're dealing with building volume and in extension of the primary structure into the setback. So while the volumetric is one element of design, we're looking at it purely from the setback criteria for interior side yards. Anybody else from the board have any comment or questions on this one?
Yeah, I just have a question, and I don't know who can answer it, but if we're talking about basically 4 feet for this encroachment, right, into the side property line, I think it needs to be 7.5 or so. Would it be as simple as that addition just sets back the clearance that it needs to and still be on top of the accessory structure, or I'm just making things up here?
I can answer that. I believe the issue would be that in connecting the main structure to the existing carport, and it would be a substantial connection, that would trigger the entirety of the structure encroaching into that interior side yard, if that makes sense. So by virtue of the fact that it would be connected.
You'd have to reduce the whole
Yeah.
carport. Is that what you're saying? Like
Yeah, I was wondering
carport.
because, yeah, I was thinking it in another way, if like, particularly because the carport is not directly connected to that second level, meaning physically, right? There's two separate, the only way to do that is through the main, it's like an extension of the primary structure in that sense. I don't know, I'm just thinking out loud here. It might not be pretty as it relates to the massing, but I wonder if there's an argument there.
I think the problem we run into is that once you extend over that garage, right, or carport, excuse me, it theoretically becomes an attached garage, right?
Yes.
And from that, it could, you then create the condition it could be enclosed. And so it's just basically this domino effect of once you grant one thing, do we then create a condition where further nonconformities could be established down the road without any recourse?
Okay. Well, I do see the potential of, I mean, it seems that there's space in right behind the garage to be able to do something, the same thing, but just as a separate building that still respects the setback. So there's design-wise a potential that you can resolve the addition being separated from the carport and then attached to the primary structure through the back, right? Like maybe connecting the rear deck and the dining room somehow back there.
Yeah,
Yes, and we are actually, that was what we were just wondering, is the connection to the house the issue? If we were to create an addition or an enclosed space above an unenclosed carport and connect it to the house with an exterior walkway, would that mitigate some of the problems and not create such a precedent that may cause problems down the road?
I think it automatically triggers a height request because the accessory structure can't exceed 14 feet in height.
Yeah.
So then you would turn into a height waiver for an accessory structure.
Okay.
Staff, do you concur with that? I know I'm just in the pieces. I'm rapid fire, but staff, do you concur with that?
That sounds right to me. We would definitely need a determination from safety and permits about whether the exterior connection would still allow that building to be considered accessory rather than attached to the principal. But then, as Todd mentioned, it would definitely bring up that height issue for an accessory structure.
Yeah.
So I was just going to say, Michael, the drawings are really nice. The rendering was really helpful to see the before and after.
Thank you.
But unfortunately, when we look at these cases, we have to look, if we see other options in the plan, it makes it hard for us to accept the case that this is the only way you could do it, right? So I'm looking at the plan and I see lots of spaces. Unfortunately, they may not be the best space. I mean, I might look the best. Like, for example, the big rear deck, you could enclose part of that, or you could extend on the back, possibly. There's space behind the carport, as Jose pointed out. So
Yeah, I mean, you
as much
could-
as I like the design, I'm having a hard time with this one. Because
Yes.
I do appreciate the quality of what you drew there.
Yeah, there were suboptimal spaces, and of course, there are other places to expand, but this fired on more cylinders, far more than any other. So it was really the optimal choice to press forward.
Yeah, and to Jose's point, about could you set back? You could rebuild the carport, make it smaller and fit within the setback. It's just unfortunate. I mean, it's a pretty recently built carport. It's too bad that this was not part of the original design, because then it could have been worked in back in 2018 or whenever that was designed. But anyway.
So at this point, it looks as though our most viable option forward might be to modify the design such that it includes an expansion or enclosed space over the existing carport, and perhaps behind the carport as well, and as necessary, reapplying for a height variance.
Well, before we make that type of recommendation, Emily, do you have any comments on that? Because I know we could talk about the going behind the carport, but is there anything that would become triggers, percentage of area coverage, things of that nature that would come into effect that he would need to be aware of?
I haven't looked at what the existing permeable open space is, but that would certainly be, you would want to make sure that the minimum requirement is met. And I think the other issue is, obviously I haven't seen the plans for this revised proposal. I haven't reviewed these revised plans, but to me, it seems like a lot of those same criteria would remain unmet, because this is more for the convenience of the property owner. And like I think Rami had mentioned, there may be space in the rear yard to build an office. So it seems like there is an alternative if an office is really desired. So that's my initial feedback. And I also don't know what the base flood elevation is, but it looks like there is a raised basement right now. I don't know if y'all could explore developing that as the office. You may need a waiver from BBSA to have habitable space under base flood if that is the case. So, did that answer the question?
Yeah, I think so. So Michael, just for consideration, take into account as much of, let me just make this one recommendation. Before you proceed with just assumptions on how to proceed, consider just going in for a consultation with planning staff and understand what options do exist for you. And consider looking at just some initial sketches of different options for the client and vetting that with staff to see what helps you to get to a point of conformance. I mean, again, as we mentioned before, they are busy, but they're technically there as a resource as well. So reach out as much as possible so that you don't get tripped up on a second change.
Sure, that's all duly noted. Thanks, Todd. All right, so I think I understand what's on the buffet table here. I don't really have any further comments from my end today. Is there anything else on the board?
Nothing. If I could just make a quick note, just to echo Commissioner Diaz's point, thank you for really good job on the design package. The renderings are extremely helpful.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I appreciate that.
Look, man, glad to see you out doing your thing independently. So that's great. Yeah.
Thanks a lot. Hope you all are well too. Thank you.
All right. What's the pleasure of the board?
Oh, sorry. Just to be clear, are we deferring? What's the?
Well, yeah, that's
Michael. I mean, Michael, do you want us to defer this or
I'm actually on text with my client. Would you mind if I asked him?
Yeah, if they could get your response pretty quickly.
Yeah. Okay. Actually, no, he doesn't want to defer. We like to leave the decision to you.
Okay. So understand that just for your sake and for your client's sake, a vote as a denial is only a vote. If we would accept the staff's recommendation, it only represents what's before us, which is the exact waiver. So that you would not be able to apply for the same waiver. And Emily, that's a 1-year prescriptive period or 2? Or Missy?
It's 2.
The 2-year prescriptive period.
But they could resubmit with the totally different waiver request and proposal.
Correct. So just want to make sure you're clear of that if we vote for and accept the staff's recommendation, there's nothing, it doesn't close the door on your project. It's just the actual request that's before us.
Okay. That's good to know. Thank you, Todd.
What's the pleasure of the board?
In regards to docket 5821, I recommend, I move to accept the staff's recommendation for denial.
Okay, we have a motion.
Citing that the 9 criteria have not been met.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Alvarez seconds.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Diaz and a second by Commissioner Alvarez regarding BZA docket number 058-21, accepting the staff's recommendation for request of waiver of Article 11, Section 11.3A1 for interior yard setback and move for denial, understanding that the 9 criteria have not been met. Roll call vote. Commissioner Eggins.
Yes.
Commissioner Alvarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Diaz.
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yay.
And Commissioner James is a yay. That motion has passed as presented. And Michael, good luck to you, your projects, man.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Todd. Thanks, Rami, everybody else. Yeah.
Next item.
Okay, the next item is item number 6, BZA docket 05921 for the property at 329 North Tonti. This request is to permit construction of a carport with insufficient projection from an interior side lot line, and that is enclosed on an interior side yard. As a reminder to the board, the staff recommendation is for denial. There were no public comments received for this item, so no need for rebuttal. And get over to the board.
All right, noting that there's no public comment, and I see that we have Mr. Smith back on. Does anybody have any further questions for him?
yes, but I'm still looking at it again. Sorry. I do have one comment question. Just as I looked through the drawings, I didn't really see any reference to this being a garage. In fact, almost all the drawings refer to it as a canopy or an open structure. So I'm just wondering if there's some of the argument about it being less than 50% open or whatever the criteria was. Based on what I'm looking at, I'm not seeing enough here to really make that determination. If that's what we're being asked to do. So, that argument.
I think the question that's actually, so that was why I brought up my comments on the first round, that I want to be careful of what are we actually discussing at this point. I know that there was a conversation about carport versus garage, but we're not dealing with an interpretation at this point. So just from a point of caution, I'm gonna just state again, as it's defined as a carport in the report. And the waivers associated with that carport use description. Now, if we think that there's more gray area there and we need to go through a different avenue based on definition, that almost pushes us to a whole nother conversation, and I want to be careful in terms of where we go from here. So I would just extend with caution. Carport is what's the use as described in the report, and that's what we have before us.
Thanks for framing that, Todd.
If I may.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Hernandez.
So let's, so Zach, if you don't mind, let's let the staff, and if someone from the board has a question of you, we'll address it.
If I may, thank you. If I may interject, because Safety and Permits has determined that this structure would be considered a carport, I would suggest perhaps that the applicant consider a plan revision to ensure that that it does not meet the definition of carport by enclosing more of the open sides, and then perhaps we could have Safety and Permits re-review the proposal to determine whether it's still a carport or whether it would be then considered a garage, a detached garage, and then trigger the other variance request that the applicant originally applied under.
Thank you for that, Emily. And I think that's the consideration of, there's that sidewall condition. You do have that one partition that has I'm not seeing a size of the opening on that side. I just see where it's called out, unless it's referenced somewhere else in the sketches.
Commissioner, if I may, it's again, the engineer doing a good job with the structural plan, called out the anchoring at 32 on center.
Okay.
So it would get them up to 3 spaces up to 96 inches, which would be 8 feet of the 12-foot in total width of that wall. To help point you on that one.
Okay.
I'll await any further questions, so I don't speak out of turn.
So that's 9 out of the 12, right?
8 of the 12.
8 of the 12. Here's the other question. If we're talking about 12 foot in depth, does this even meet the requirement of a parking stall, or is it just the intent of it? It's only covering part of the vehicle.
There would be some partial coverage, and then not all vehicles are, full-length cars, as there's motorcycles, etc. that may be enjoyed.
Okay, just trying to be careful because I know that and I know this is not a trigger because we're not talking unless, well, before I make that assumption, the reason for the depth of the carport as it's proposed is because of the jut out of the existing structure?
The existing structure is one of the reasons why this has been positioned in the position it has been. You have the jut out, so trying to come up with a rational, respectful way to position this without trying to do some sort of unjustified addition to the existing historic home. and putting it again, so it's not in the rear yard, taking up vital permeable space.
Right. So I think even if it was extended 6 feet to the rear, then you get into, it creates another cluster of problems where it may end up connecting to the primary structure.
Absolutely.
All right.
So just to be clear, is there a garage door on it that separates from the street? I'm just
Yes, yeah.
trying to understand the drawings.
And a garage door counts as a wall for the sake of a wall. You know, it was nice to watch the last case where they had a much more clear, open, you know, well over two sides open. So I appreciate that. I have a couple points, but I know that I will only present them if asked. So
Yeah. So if anyone has any questions of Mr. Smith, otherwise it will be the pleasure of the board.
I'm just having a hard time with dimensions and trying to make a leap that this wall is such a length because of a structural statement about anchor bolts. I think that, you know, I'd like to see dimensions on it, but I don't think that's really relevant. I guess I had a hard time understanding what was even proposed here. Now that I kind of understand it, that it's out of the street, it's a little more clear to me.
Now, just a question to staff. So Commissioner Diaz, you just triggered a question for me, and this comes back to my question about the carport. Do carport structures have to meet the minimum parking requirement by design?
Are you asking about the dimension
Yes.
requirements?
The dimensional, yes.
Let me take a quick look. And your question was about the detached garage?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
In order for, well, remember we're talking about carport.
Yeah. I think the reason why that dimensional issue wasn't called out when Safety and Permits did their zoning review is because there is an existing driveway and there is an opening in the rear of the carport where the additional 6 feet in depth of a car could protrude.
Okay. So I'm just trying to make sure that the structure itself or the covered area, in order for it to be deemed a carport, didn't need to meet that depth. I'm just trying to cover all bases at this point.
And one of the use standards for a carport says that it shall not exceed 40 feet, to add on to that.
40 feet in depth. So it doesn't give a minimum standard.
Correct.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm trying to read. Where does it say that about the 40 feet? Because is there another location in the code that, other than
Yes.
the definitions?
It's not, it's in Article 21, Section 21.6.H3.
Sorry, one more time, 21.
21.6.H3.
And it's the second sentence.
Got it. There it is. Okay.
Commissioners, I have a thought on a solution for you, if I may.
I don't mind if just keep it brief, if you don't mind.
It would just be if there was potentially a proviso added that wall be extended or filled in with a door, and we could put that issue to bed, to where you're specifically directing a design outcome to that wall in question. It's a very simple thing. Again, it's unfortunate that it wasn't well called out it's somebody who's more focused on the structure and the flooding in the city than using the right terms sometimes. And I think it would be a great proviso to add to make sure that it meets the intent here and can get us across the finish line.
So I think just to kind of come back to what Emily spoke to earlier, I think that was the design modification that she was referring to, that if we did that and allowed the time to go through, if that quick change was able to be made as a design element change and sent back to the safety and permits to confirm their the definition of it from, and that may help to deal with your definition question. I think that may be the proper course of action instead of us doing it on the fly, because I would hate for us to make that decision and then safety and permits not be in agreement and it's right back in front of us again.
I greatly appreciate that, Mr. James. While I appreciate that, I would say to just focus, I understand the hesitation of the board to potentially hear something that hasn't been presented to them in a report. I would argue that that Articles 3 and 4 grant you guys the ability to reject in any capacity the staff reports. And as more of a technical point, the application that's included in this point was specifically an application of a garage and the requirement there. So I think that in this particular case, there is enough there for you to be on solid ground to say, hey, we understand something was done. I completely understand that there's a technical route to take to bring this back to the staff and to come back to this board. I do think it would be a detrimental in terms of time and as a general word using, unfair to have something to the applicant who has been working on this for a couple of months. Again, no disrespect to anybody on this call, but it would be, it's to me, the most appropriate way is to be able to get this to a yes today, knowing that this board has the complete authority to decide all sorts of variances, and specifically numbers 3 and 4 under your authority, which are the only prohibitions you guys have, don't meet any of the criteria for this. So, what I'm getting at is I do think you guys have the authority. The application was made for a certain waiver. We're requesting that. And with everything that's happened and the fact that your eyes are looking at something, seeing that it clearly is not two open walls, I think we should get there. Again, respectfully, if you guys need to go the other route, I get it. But I'd love to have a proviso that gets us to the same end result without having to go another 30, 60, or potentially 90 days on this thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because it is very possible that there's no determination to be able to be made in the time to get this redocketed and put back on the agenda. So it is, there are so many things with the unfortunate overworked and understaffed group that it puts an additional burden on the public here and only brings it back to the same overworked and understaffed group. So I respectfully ask you guys to consider and vote on it today. If you absolutely can't, we understand, but it would be detrimental and really an absurd consequence and hardship, the true word hardship, to have an applicant have to go back through this when the answer is right in front of our eyes.
Any other questions from the board? Hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
Sorry, I'm still trying to read through all this stuff, and I'm still just confused as to what the argument is for the 9 criteria exactly. We've spent so much time talking about whether it's a garage or a carport. I guess I'm not sure I understand the argument here.
Mm-hmm.
Fully. I mean, I just can't construct it in my head right now based on what I've heard. So
yeah. So back,
I apologize for being dense, but I'm thoroughly baffled by this one.
In all due respect, Commissioner Diaz, it's a great point. I mean, at the end of the day, we're here to evaluate the 9 criteria based on what's in front of us. And that's why I kept pushing back to the moment of caution of, let's look at the defined use. if there's plan modifications that can be provided that may change perspective that helps to address some other issues. And here's the thing, I don't know if us creating provisos in order for them to then change categorically the use that's proposed, how does that have some level of impact on the criteria? Because I think you then create a precedent approving it in one use category, and then it becomes there's a ripple effect. Even though I know that we could say that by no way we're creating a precedent. I just have that moment of pause just between defined use and how a proviso may change the defined use in some category. I just want to make sure what we do and what we do actually holds.
Right. And as I look at the site plan where, we've got this 12 by 12 entry canopy, ostensibly to provide security for a car, you could also just do a gate, right, to create that security, if that's the goal. So I'm just not sure of the need.
Okay.
Unfortunately,
So, Mr. Smith, we gotta respect the Robert's rules on this one. So unless you've been addressed.
Apologize.
Yeah. So I guess that then, if the car isn't fully covered, so it's hard to make the argument that we're protecting a car because it's not a full parking place. It's really just a gate with a roof, right? That's 12 feet deep, so you can park part of a car in it. So I mean, I'm struggling with this one, but Zach, if you can explain how we're meeting the 9 criteria here a little better, I'm confused by the letter and I'm confused by the discussion we've had.
Understood. Well, I appreciate you readdressing me. Just based on the general tone, it would seem that the original request to recalibrate these plans and make sure that we get some better dimensions on there and get this looked at by the staff of both departments as the garage will most likely end up in I hate to use the word, but a less hostile, review, because there's other iterations where this similar thing has been granted throughout the city. So we would hope that that'd be picked up in the report. With that said, in the report itself, they have the chart to ask about no special circumstances. Again, let's get past the garage carport just for the sake of the question you asked, knowing that we're probably going to defer this thing, or that we're going to end up agreeing with you to defer this thing. The property's width is greater than 86% of the lots in that area. If you take out the ones that are of extreme size, this lot actually enjoys a peculiar lot size. In order to effectively make the most appropriate size structure that does not derail the permeability requirements, etc., there is the ability to put, quote unquote, a garage into this space that would not violate any of the regulations. That is actually something that is permitted by right, with the exception of the 5-foot setback. So it's probably the hardest part, Commissioner Diaz, here, is that, again, our general argument and hope for this conversation was that we were going to be able to have that garage conversation. Since it seems we can't, respectfully, I will be happy to answer any of those questions, but we kind of have to visualize this thing, as a garage, which would be counter to what the report the very thoughtful, very thorough report has been done. It just, we're talking apples and oranges for the sake of what 21.6. It's got a whole separate section in 21.6. Again, it's not as, looking at it like this, Commissioner Diaz, 21.6 H, I think it is the carport. I think it's 21.6 H. This structure is much more out of line with the parameters of that section. When we actually look at this as a garage, which it is, we're talking about a very minimal thing, which is just relating to, we talk about the location of this on the site, we talk about the structure, the height as permitted by right. So there's no variances required. What we're looking at when we actually correctly look at this as a garage, and I get that we unfortunately can't do that today, but when we look at this as a garage, we're talking about something that is a very inoffensive to the development patterns to allow a garage to be less than 5 feet from the main structure. I completely understand and don't necessarily disagree with the staff's report that a carport on a property line creates all sorts of issues. It creates a jarring situation if you look at it with the rules of the CZO. But the second that we're able to reclassify this as a garage, which again, the definition has to be open on 2 sides. We can look at it all day. We can measure this thing. It is not open on 2 sides. Once we get past that, it clearly fits in the garage thing. And I have full faith that the report, again, it will take some more time, and I know it will be more taxing on the staff there, but it will be a less severe reaction to a garage that meets all of the requirements, all of the standards required of a garage, with the exception of the setback between the garage and the main house.
Okay. All right, so what's the pleasure of the board?
So Jose Alvarez here. I'm inclined to give you the time that is needed to kind of fix this stuff, Zach. If we are to do an extension or deferral, how much time do you think you need?
For this, Commissioner, I think that there can be a quick revision from the applicant who's drawn these plans as an engineer. I think we can get them pretty quickly back into the staff, and hopefully they'll be able to route those back to safety and permits quickly. My question, I would kind of have to ask a question of Ms. Hernandez, if what is the latest that a determination would be needed by the department in order for it to be back on successfully, because a whole new report, in my opinion, would have to kind of be crafted. And that's the real crux of the hardship here, is we can play this out. I feel confident that when we play this out, we will be successful. It's just unfortunate that there's this revision needed, and it might delay. So I would defer to Ms. Hernandez, knowing her staff better.
Thanks, Zach. Mr. Smith. So the staff reports for the next round are due on August 2nd, which is 2 weeks from now. Oh, my calendar is in the window. 2 weeks from now. And I would say, and this is sort of up to Rachel, if Rachel's on the call, if you are able to turn around revised plans by a week from today, she may have the time to redo that report. Rachel, are you on the call still?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Yeah. What do you think if they were able to submit revised plans by a week from today? Would you have enough time? And I know we would also have to consider, safety and permits taking another look and reclassifying a carport or not, or a detached garage.
Well, I think it would require a whole new analysis. And I don't know if it would change the outcome of the staff's recommendation. So I think that would be okay, but I'm just not sure of the utilitarian aspect of it.
Yeah, and thank you for bringing that up. Yeah, it definitely would need a whole new analysis, like Rachel said, as well as new data collection for a totally different condition in the area.
I appreciate that, staff. So Mr. Alvarez, to kind of answer your question, my applicant is prepared to get those revisions. We'll call it by close of business tomorrow. It should be done earlier, but realistically, with the necessary communications with the department that CPC will have to do, and then the coming back, it's probably going to be a tight crunch to make it to 8/2, but I would request the 30 days, because we would have, I'm sure, a pretty good shot of you guys understanding why if the report took longer. But this is exactly the reason why we were so adamant of kind of hearing it today, because this unfortunately, one train's late, it creates a couple other trains that are late behind it.
Okay. Chairman's motion is in order.
Yes, it is.
In regard to docket BZA 059-21, I, Jose Alvarez, move to defer the matter for 30 days.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Mara Egan, second.
We have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Alvarez and a second by Commissioner Egan's regarding BZA docket 059-21 for a 30-day deferral. Roll call vote. Commissioner Egan's.
Yes.
Commissioner Alvarez. Commissioner Diaz.
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yay.
And Commissioner James is a yay. And just to confirm, I think the audio jumped in and out. Commissioner Alvarez, you did vote yes, correct?
Yes, I'm having issues today, guys. Sorry.
Okay, no problem. Just wanted to confirm, and that motion passed. Thank you. Next item.
Thank you, commissioners.
The next item, BZA docket 06021, has been automatically deferred to the August 16th meeting. Item number 8, BZA docket 06221 for a property at 2377 Russo Street is the next item. This request is for a variance to permit the construction of a single-family residence with a parking space in the front yard and a driveway with insufficient setback from an interior side lot line. As a reminder to the board, the staff recommendation is for denial, and there were no public comments received for this item, so no need for a rebuttal.
All right, understanding that. Does anyone on the board have questions for Ms. Gilmore regarding this request? And I'm gonna just go on record just to state that I think we brought up a substantial amount of context earlier in the meeting regarding some of the parking lot standards, off-street parking location and pad design standards. So unless there's anything else we need to revisit from that point or any new points.
Yeah, I would just ask the applicant or the applicant's representative, I mean, based on what they discussed about the ability to kind of shift things and allow to maybe actually be able to get this pad behind the required setback. Is that something that you think you guys would like to try? And therefore we defer this, or any comments on that?
Yeah, I do have a sort of procedural question in response to that. I have looked at many different ways to get a compliant space setback within the site. And no matter which way you skin it, there's always going to be a foot or two short without bringing the site completely to the front property line with no front porch and no front steps, which I do not believe would be compatible with the historic character of the neighborhood. So if the design is able to be modified to reduce the size of the waiver requested, would that be deferred and reheard at the next meeting with a smaller variance?
So the only value variance that you have is for the 3 foot and the proposed 6 inches, which I'm assuming is based on the side setback condition, correct?
Correct.
So that doesn't change in any capacity. Everything else is just based on its placement. I think the bigger point of concern is, while we're not looking at the value of that setback requirement, it's just like, again, it's just its general placement. In either condition, it's still the same variance request. But I think taking the necessary steps to try to mitigate its encroachment, I think is still very critical to the design intent. And I do appreciate some of your comments earlier about while in this case, this lot, it does not have the same overall depth as the adjacent lots. There are certain design elements that really can be considered to some condition to help reduce how the encroachment exists. So again, it's just kind of one of those things of, and you've heard us speak to this, if there's a better design mechanism to help mitigate what's before us, I'd rather see that taken into account as opposed to just, granting it without any true attempt at helping to mitigate the impact.
Board Member James, can I have a point of information?
Yes, please, Joseph.
Yeah. So if the applicant is able to redesign the plans so that parking is located behind the front of the structure, that would remove 3 of the 4 variance requests and then just be the one for the lot line setback. And then we would reevaluate it based on that redesign.
Okay. So I know Joseph was having some audio issues, but if anyone did not hear that, it was just that if in any condition, if she's able to redesign and place the parking pad beyond a front building edge, then that would remove those 3 standards, and that has the potential to change the outlook of how the staff does review this application request. Any further questions from the board?
I don't have any questions more about the actual design, but just wondering if you want to defer it or recommendations.
So Ms. Gilmore, I guess that's a question to you.
Question for me. Yes, I would prefer to defer it, explore options for mitigating the requested variance. If I'm not able to achieve that, then bring it back before the board. And if I am, then just withdraw it.
Okay. If it was withdrawn, Joseph, would that then require for a waiver of an off-street parking stall?
So my initial response to that question is that the only kind of parking exemption in this zoning district is if the lot is less than 30 feet. This site is currently either 30 and some or 31, so they are still required to provide an off-street parking space. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, so basically if she was to withdraw it, she's still in a condition of having to provide some level of an off-street parking stall, and that so Ms. Gilmore, that turns into a major redesign. If the design is modified or changed in some condition, Missy or Emily, would she then be able to still keep this application open with modification, and then it comes back with the waiver of the off-street parking, or because the waiver changes substantially?
Excuse me, I think perhaps you misunderstood. I was not suggesting to remove the parking space entirely. My comment was if I am able to redesign in such a way that does not require a variance, then I would withdraw the application.
Okay. Got it. Just wanted to make sure there wasn't an assumption that just taking a stall out negates it. I just wanted to make sure we're covering all of the code requirements for the site. So regard my question, staff. Disregard my question, sorry. What's the pleasure of the board?
Just to be clear, 30 days, or is that enough time? Okay, so in regards to docket 6221, I move to defer the matter for 30 days.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Alvarez seconds.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Diaz and a second by Commissioner Alvarez to defer BZA docket number 062-21 for 30 days at the request of the applicant. Roll call vote. Commissioner Eggins,
Yes.
Commissioner Alvarez,
Yes.
Commissioner Diaz,
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez. See, he's away. And Commissioner James is a yes, and that does give us 4 votes, so that motion does pass.
Thank you very much.
Next item.
Okay, so what
This
you like,
brings us back to 56.
okay, yeah, that's what I was gonna ask. Mr. Deniz is on the line now, or on the call. So the next item is item number 3, BZA docket 05621 for property at 2631 Urquhart Street. This request is for a variance to permit the construction of a single-family residence with eaves that encroach less than 2 feet from a lot line. As a reminder to the board, the staff recommendation is for denial. And there was no public comments received for this item.
Okay, thank you, Valerie. Mr. Deniz, are you back on the call?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I'm trying to see if I can get the video going. Let's see. I can't seem to bring the video back.
And look, that's fine. I mean, if while you're figuring it out, I mean, you can continue if you have any.
Sure.
Points. And I know that earlier in the meeting, strongly suggested that you take the opportunity to review the staff's report regarding your requests and to see if you had any, I don't want to say change of heart, but for lack of a better term, but just to check to see how you would like to respond to this or proceed forward.
Yes, I did get a chance to read it, and I'm sorry I missed it. It was a link that I just totally did not see in the latest email advising me about the upcoming hearing. Therefore, I didn't read it ahead of time, but I did go back and read it. And with 2631, is the only objection or the reason for denial the eve situation on 2631? Because it meets every other criteria.
Well,
I don't know if I understand the question.
So are you, so keep in mind, so Mr. Deniz, we
Yes.
have 9 criteria that we review on. You failed to meet 8 of the 9 criteria. Now, if you're asking with respect to the waiver, it appears to be about the overhang condition on Port Street as well as Franklin Avenue sides of the property. So I think it's a question of reducing those projections may help you to come into some form of compliance.
That was my question.
And it may, that may render this condition moot if it was reduced in order to meet the setback requirements.
But as far as from what I recall, reading the requirements on a non-conforming size lot, forgetting the eve situation, all the permeable ground was more than the minimum required. The square footage of the non-conforming lot was still greater than the minimum required. The width of the non-conforming lot was still greater than the minimum required, period. So are all these 8 factors that you said did not meet the criteria, are those part of that criteria, or are there some other reason for not allowing a single family home to be built on that non-conforming lot?
So by no way are they saying that a single family home can't be built on the property. They're just merely stating as the property is designed, and understand you have an architectural aesthetic that you're trying to preserve with your building plan. The waiver is strictly about the overhang condition as it comes over that walkway on the side of the property and the Port Street side as well. So Port Street and Franklin Avenue sides of the property. So again, what they're saying is what you have in a plan is fine. It's just the overhang condition. That's it.
So if I had no overhangs, or if I had 1 foot overhangs, it'd be good to go.
That's what it sounds like. Or at least a overhang that meets the minimum setback requirement for that condition.
Well, but yeah, the
believe-
overhangs are at 2 feet now. And if I were to reduce them to 1 foot overhangs on the side property lines, that would meet the criteria, correct, of the variance?
I believe so, because I think the requirement is that you got to have 24 inches that go up to free air and light in those conditions.
Right now, it's got 12 inches. So if you had decrease 12 inches, you'll have 24 inches.
All right, let me just check to make sure.
Yeah, I mean that the requested waiver that in the report, it says the waiver's for a foot. So if you get rid of that foot, then then this just goes away.
Yep.
And now so that takes care of that issue, unless I decide not to build the guest house and were to move my house over 3 feet and occupy both lots, go back to re-subdivide the lot into one lot, and then all this goes away, correct?
Well, we're not going to visit all of the different iterations that you're talking about. That's something that more falls to your discretion as a property owner of how you want to develop those two parcels going forward. But the question that's in front of us is strictly about your overhang condition. If you want to get this approved as it's submitted, just simply cut back the overhangs 1 foot on those two sides, and this is a moot point. Actually, we could defer it, you could correct it, and it gets automatically withdrawn ahead of the next meeting. Or we could deny it and you just make those modifications and you could proceed with your plan as proposed.
Well, I could easily modify the roof overhang on the sides of the 2631 project to where there would be 1 foot overhangs, and therefore they would meet the 24-inch distance to the property line.
Right.
However, on the large house, that is impossible to do with the design of the house, mainly because of the.
So Mr. Dines, what I want to be careful of, I understand that the two properties are linked. We're looking strictly at this first project for now.
Okay. All right.
So we're going to keep it pertinent to the current request. I do understand they're linked.
So if that would satisfy this project and this item that we're dealing with right now. Oh, it seems like I'm on again.
Okay.
Yeah, I could correct that easily if that were the only issue, and it appears to be the only issue on this property.
That is it. That is all that's before us at this time.
Okay, and I can revisit that and I could resubmit something different. So if you'd like to move on to the next item, which is the most important item, which is the house I would like to live in.
Okay, so let's get back to this point of, do you want to request a deferral so you could correct your plans?
Yes.
Or do you want to?
Okay. I would like that.
All right, so I'm assuming deferral.
Yes. But for how long would this deferral be, and how soon would I need to get you a corrected plan back? Because it's taken me a year to get this far.
So it sounds as though if you reduce your overhangs, the 1 foot condition, it's no longer a BZA item. You just need to bring this back to safety and permits, showing that it's a compliant set of plans.
Okay.
Okay, so that's for you to address separately with safety and permits through your application process, as opposed to what's in front of us for the waiver request.
All right.
Okay, so what's the pleasure of the board?
In regards to docket 5621, I move to defer for 30 days to give the applicant time to make any adjustments they need to make.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Second.
Wow.
Everybody second.
Yeah. So we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Diaz and a second by everyone, but I'm gonna just take Mr. Alvarez for the sake of moving this one along. Roll call. I'm sorry. So we have a motion on the floor and a second regarding. BZA docket 056-21 for 30-day deferral. Roll call vote, Commissioner Eggins,
Yes.
Commissioner Alvarez,
Yes.
Commissioner Diaz,
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
Yay.
and Commissioner James is a yay, and that motion has passed. Next item.
Okay, the next item is item number 4, BZA docket 05721 for a property located at 2635 Newport Street. This request is for variances to permit the construction of a single-family residence with insufficient corner side yard setback and eaves that encroach less than 2 feet from a lot line. As a reminder to the board, the staff recommendation is for denial, and there were no public comments received.
Thank you. All right, so any questions from the board of Mr. Diaz? And this is strictly regarding 2635 Iroquois Street. And we're dealing with the corner side yard setbacks as well as the encroachments into the required yards. And it's
Okay.
dealing with 2 of the eaves. So, well, if there's any question, does anyone have a particular question of Mr. Diaz?
Are you asking if anyone has a question for me?
Yes,
Or-
so in order for us, we have to follow Robert's rules on this one, since there wasn't any.
Sorry,
public
excuse me.
comment. Yeah, since there wasn't any public comment, I have to defer to the board first. If anyone has a particular question, it's not an open presentation format on this part of the meeting. And my quick question to you, I know we talked about the condition with the eaves on the other project. Is there anything that you could present that speaks to the 4 criteria that were not met with the corner side yard setback condition? Or any comments you'd like to provide regarding the 8 criteria that were not met for the eaves? And that was my question to you, Mr. Diaz.
Oh, starting with the side yard setback. Almost every property that I've come across here in New Orleans, including the 3 adjacent corner properties, all are built on the property line on the port side of the street. And including the house I'm living in right now in the Marinade, it is on the property line on the side street. This occurs over and over all over town. Even the new construction on the corner of Charters and Gallier Street, the brand new 3-story condo building. Not only is it built right on the sidewalk on both, it doesn't even have a front setback. It's property line front and side, and there are overhanging projections over the sidewalk from the roof overhangs on the Gallier side of the street. I mean, you see this happening all over town, and my whatever eave overhang over a side street that has no other adjacent property next to it. It's just a street, open air. I don't see how that could affect or hurt or anyone or be a safety hazard in this case. But like I say, all of the other adjacent properties on the corner of Port Airport, the side properties on port side are all on the property line. I would be the only one that would not have that privilege.
Yeah, and so this came up earlier in the meeting with the front yard setbacks, but with this is a question for staff. Is there any accommodation for side yard setbacks with kind of predominant street facing? I mean, I'm looking at Google Earth, and yeah, he does have a good point that most of these properties are right up on the property line, even down the street.
And it seems as if though what's the driver is because this is all new construction, correct?
Right.
And I think if we looked at this, so let's look at this separately for a second. just on the first request, when we get into the corner side yard setback, it's only for the criteria that have not been met. Versus the overhang condition is where the larger deficit is being presented by staff. And I totally understand where staff's coming from on the encroachment of the overhangs. Part of it is being driven by the design, largely, which we've already addressed to some capacity on the previous project of how that could be mitigated. And if it was mitigated in some capacity, then the two designs would be in unison, which helps to reduce some of these impacts. And again, it's just a reduction of that 1 foot depth of overhang. And I think if that was mitigated, I mean, just me on a singular level, I think it helps to, I mean, it's not like we haven't seen cases like this where we've voted differently, but at least the 4 criteria that's at least being addressed, it's easier for us to articulate in some capacity based on some of the points that Mr. Menez has presented in his case, pertinent strictly to the side yard setback condition. I'm just not seeing where it meets the eaves outside of just a personal preference of the design aesthetic.
So I think I still had a question to staff though about the corner lots and how we figure out whether or not you can build out to the edge. The zoning code, I guess, has, the CZO has a certain requirement, but I mean, it seems like this neighborhood has quite a bit of
For this district,
existing structures. How do you
Yeah.
measure it?
let me just make sure.
It's clear to me on
Valerie,
front
you
yards.
can
I just
jump in.
wasn't.
Sorry.
What's
So
your thing?
Valerie, you can jump in at any time, but I do have that section open.
Okay, thanks.
Looks like it's in an H2 RD2 district, and it is similar, determining a corner side yard as it is a front yard, but there are some differences. You can use the most recent survey or Sanborn map for the previous structure that was there. It doesn't allow for the plus or minus 3 feet that front yards are allowed. And you have to have a minimum of 10% of lot width if you don't have, you know, the prior evidence of that, the evidence of the prior structure and what that previous condition was, if that makes sense. And I don't know if Mr. Diniz had submitted or has access to an old version of the survey for what was there before. That could potentially help the case.
Yeah, I was going to ask that too.
And just another point, Mr. Diaz, just to kind of draw your attention to something. More often than not, when we're dealing to these corner side yard conditions, often than not, we're dealing with protection of line of sight at the corner. And so keep in mind that I think the front part of the building is already set back substantially, which helps to preserve and protect that line of sight at the corner condition. That in itself, I think, is something that helps to support his case. Again, to my point earlier about the 4 remaining criteria strictly on that item.
So I guess there's a question to Mr. Diniz about were you able to find Sanborn maps for the site or previous survey?
Yes, I was, and it's very unclear. It shows a long structure that appears to be located on the 2631 lot I could not find anything relative to any structure ever being on the 2635 lot, although some of the neighbors there claim that there was something there, but I cannot find it anywhere. And going back to the the side yard on the port side offset. My main structure, if you notice on the drawing, is actually, I believe it's at 1'7" or maybe more from the property line. The only two items that touch the property line is the bump out for the chimney and the bump out for the stair landing. Everything else, the main mass of the house is either 1.5 or 2 feet off of the property line. And the only reason on this structure that I have a 2-foot overhang all the way around except the front is to encapsulate the fireplace and the stair landing, which would be, they would be penetrating the very edge of the roof. And if I were to reduce that overhang, then those items would be sticking out of the roof plane. Does that make sense? And also the garage is set way back off of the property line. So it's basically those two bump outs in the structure are what are touching the property line, not the main mass of the house.
Quick question to you. I'm looking at your building details. You don't have a gutter specified around the perimeter of the roof. Is it your intent to provide one?
I could provide one. I just didn't draw it in, but I could add one.
So here's the reason why I'm asking you that. From a detail standpoint, the architectural detail of how you show the extension of your roof line with that 1-foot condition, could you not create more of an inboard condition where your roof line edge is in alignment with the edge of the property, and then your gutters and downspouts are what's projecting off the face instead, to still preserve that design intent?
I see what you mean, to where the gutter itself would provide that extra offset, but that would be only a 6-inch offset for a gutter. Typically, most gutters are 6 inches in diameter.
Custom fabrication.
Or do some custom fabrication to where the gutter is the extension of the eave. That would equal 2 feet, but in reality, most of that part of that 2 feet would be gutter.
I wouldn't go to full, I don't know if you would go a 2-foot wide gutter, but.
No.
But you
I'm just
understand.
saying part of the 2-foot projection would be eaten up, say, by a 6 or 8 inch section of special fabricated gutter.
Yeah. And question of staff, if the gutter is shown, does the gutter count against him in that setback requirement or not? Or is it strictly to the structural eve for the setback condition?
I will have to check to see if there is an encroachment regulation for gutters. I don't know. Do you know, Emily?
I don't think so. Let me see. Yeah, there isn't any reference to gutters in the encroachments section, in the encroachments table. The only reference in Article 21 doesn't speak to gutter setbacks. So it does sound like, the requirement is specifically for
the structure itself, the proper structure.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that there's a way that you could mitigate some of this, bring that building edge back to, I know it does bring it in alignment with your gutter, but yes, you would have to get some level of a custom fabricated gutter in order to preserve your design intent, but then that would at least help us to make our situation, from my point of review, a little bit more moot on the 2 eve conditions.
You might also be able to reduce the number of downspouts, which might help as well, right? It's a little bit bigger gutter. You don't have to have 9 downspouts on the side of the building. So,
yeah,
true.
Because those are going to impact your clean, Usonian design here. Bunch of downspouts. I think similar to the last one, I think the eave stuff you can probably handle in design. The real issue is the corner setback. Because that's actually I mean, yes, it's a design choice. You can make the building smaller, but it seems that the roof is something that is a detail. What exactly is the Sanborn rule, staff? Like, is it the most recent Sanborn, or is it if there's an older version of it, or a Robinson Atlas of the site? Is it just to like, because it's really inconsistent when you look back at the old Sanborns, what's shown in some dates, right? Some properties they have it going back older, others they have it only from 1956 or 91 or.
The language, and you're speaking about the corner side.
Well, yeah, for the establishing that there was a property previously on the site.
Gotcha.
I'm sorry, building previously on the property.
It generally refers to the most recent, and most recent is the language used on the CZO. So I imagine safety and permits would use that language, but yeah, the most recent ones we have access to are 1994 in the office.
Okay. So, I mean, is a motion in order, or do we discuss what's the? I mean, I think that I would recommend personally deferring this also. Talk to staff, see if you can get this more in alignment. You're not talking about a big corner setback. I could see one scenario where you adjust the design a bit to make it fit, or make a good case in your letter for why it's necessary.
And I'm gonna echo my point from earlier. I think the condition at the front edge of the house is actually set back from the corner proper, helps to mitigate some of the impacts that would really drive this ship and essentially help to bridge the gap on the four remaining criteria, in my opinion. I honestly think we're there. If he's already identified how to address the two eve conditions.
Can we, Todd, sorry, just a question. Can we do things separately though? Can we deny parts of it and accept other parts? Or
Yeah,
can you split it out?
It's not a modified approval. It's just, I mean, because we don't have to say approve in whole, correct, Missy? But we could accept one request and deny the other.
Right, as you said, it's modified approval.
It is a modified approval.
Yeah, sorry, then I spoke, I was thinking that you had to do the whole thing. So yeah, so that is an option we can.
And I mean, I think we've talked through, like I said, we've talked through the eve condition. So Mr. Denez, do you have any argument to that point anymore? I think we've kind of helped work you through this process, or at least through the solution.
Is it my turn to speak?
Yeah, I'm just asking, do you have any further objection to the eve condition? I think we've helped to address how that.
I knowing that the gutter doesn't really count as part of the projection, that I could design that detail and make it look just as nice, I'm pretty sure, with a custom made gutter.
Correct. Okay.
And if the side lot issue could be resolved, being that, like I said, only two parts of the structure actually touch the property line, and the main mass of the house is set back either 1.5 feet or 2 feet. I'm not looking at the drawing at the moment, but it's whatever depth that stair landing in. I think the stair landing did protrude 2 feet, which had coincided with the overhang.
Okay. The only other thing we tell you. The only other thing I would tell you to look at, I know you show this, I'm not sure if that's an operable door that's at the property line on the side. So staff, I don't know if that's just something that we have to look at or not.
That operable door that's directly under the stair landing, that is just a storage place to put garbage cans. It's just like a utility closet that you access from the outside to hide the garbage cans from the street.
Okay, and just staff, is there anything that would trigger him, any condition with that projecting into the right of way? I know typically gates can't go a certain distance into the right of way. I just want to cover all the bases for you right now to make sure you don't have something else that triggers a hiccup. If you look at his first floor plan, it shows 2 operable panels right underneath the typical landing.
It also shows in the renderings.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't catch that. Good one, and Todd. I was not really looking at that.
I'm actually not seeing the floor plan. What page are you all on?
I'm on, let's see.
The A2.0. I'm looking at page 16, the PDF.
Yeah, A2.0, thank you.
And then you see it in the elevations on A5.0, the bottom elevation. It actually looks like almost like a big entrance door.
Right. Because I thought there was a code requirement that gates can't swing into the public right of way.
That's my understanding as well. Or you would need some sort of lease or servitude.
Encroachment, yeah. So look, it may not be, I don't know if that's a zoning related item. I'm just trying to make sure we catch it now so it's not an issue for him down the road.
Yeah, I know that for past circumstances, past approvals, we have built something like that in as a proviso before. I don't know if Missy would generally recommend that.
Yeah, you could do if it's an encroachment onto the public right of way, you could make it contingent on receiving approval for that from property management, real estate and records, and division of property management. They coordinate those depending on, they have a formula they do, and they sometimes need a lease or a servitude agreement or some kind of contract.
Okay, so Mr. Dinas, that would trigger, like if we were to consider as a board to approve it, there's a 3 standard provisos that's there. This would add a 4th with review by, is it real estate and records or public works?
It's real estate and records.
Okay. So not trying to add more reviews for you, but based on what you have as a design, it's triggering other requirements for you, okay?
Now, can I mention something?
Yeah, keep it brief if you don't mind.
Yeah, just that that the property line is still about 2 feet away from the sidewalk. And I could reduce the size of those doors to where, like if there were a 24-inch opening or just something big enough to get a garbage can in, the projection of a double door, a smaller double door, wouldn't even reach the sidewalk.
So it's not about where it touches the sidewalk. It's just once anything goes beyond the property line.
I see.
Yeah.
You could just as easily move that door to the
side.
I don't know which directions are, to the north side.
Mm-hmm. I would tell you, I know, look, we're not trying to completely change your design, but we're just trying to help you to mitigate some.
Oh, no, that door could be accessed from inside the garage. That would be an easy swap and just eliminate that outdoor access.
Right.
I just have to open the garage door to roll the cans in and put them in there.
Yeah, or look, here's another one for you. You show that planter condition outside that side door next to your garage, even if you wanted to access it from that point as well. So it's over there, not attached to your garage.
I see what you mean.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah.
Yeah, that's an easy change also.
All right. Okay, what's the pleasure of the board?
So I'm gonna need help with this language. So we're doing a modified approval. Is that the idea? So in regards to docket 5721, I move to accept the staff recommendation for Article 11, 11.3.A1. I'm sorry, I have it backwards. I'm going to accept the staff recommendation for Article 21, 0.7 for permitted encroachments in the required yards, citing that the 9 criteria have not been met for the overhangs, but moving to accept the applicant's letter, argument in the letter that, and discussion with this board here that the property does meet the 9 criteria. The project meets 9 criteria for the corner side yard setback, citing the neighborhood's predominant building standards, existing standards, as well as the setback on the front yard for the per discussion. Is that messy enough for you, Todd?
Just make sure we cover that. Are you articulating that the 9 criteria were met for the first?
9 criteria met for the corner side yard setback. Are there any provisos?
I think the staff recommended the standard 3.
With standard 3 provisos.
Do you concur with that, Emily?
I do. And Valerie, did you have any other provisos waiting in the wings? Thank you.
Something hiding back there? All right, thank you. All right, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Alvarez seconds.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Diaz and seconded by Commissioner Alvarez with regards to BZA docket 057-21 as presented for modified approval, whereas the request for waiver for Article 11, Section 11.3A1, Table 11.2 for corner side yard setback, based on the information as provided by the applicant, as well as the dialogue discussed during this board meeting. It's believed that the 9 criteria have been met, and move for that modified approval with the 3 standard provisos. And with regards to Articles 22, Section 22.7, Table 22-2 for permitted encroachments into the rear yard on both Port Street and Franklin Avenue. The staff's recommendation has been accepted, noting denial of those 2 requests. And I did capture the 3 provisos. Roll call vote, Commissioner.
Just one note. Sorry, one note, Todd. It was 21, not 22, but that's all.
Thank you. Note that clarification by Commissioner Diaz, and roll call vote, Commissioner Eggins.
Yes.
Commissioner Alvarez. Did he freeze up on us?
Yes.
Yes, all right. Commissioner Diaz.
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yay.
And Commissioner James is a yes, and that motion has passed as presented. Thank you for your patience, Mr. Dinesh.
Oops. Hello. What would these provisos, these 3 standard provisos you mentioned be?
It's that you still need to provide a compliant set of plans to the Department of Safety, to BZA staff. I think that's floor plans and elevations. Emily, what else is usually within the 3, if you don't mind picking up from there?
Site plan, floor plan, and elevations. You'll need to submit revised versions to our department showing the compliant eave condition, and you'll also want to modify that that door encroachment and anything else that Valerie might request to make sure that they're compliant, and then floor plans and architectural elevations. The second proviso would be working with the Department of Public Works to determine whether any repairs or modifications to the sidewalk or the public right-of-way adjacent to the site are necessary. And then the third one would be working with Parks and Parkways to determine whether they will require a street tree on the frontage of the site. So Valerie will be working with you to close out, and we'll send you those provisos as well within 10 days with the official determination from the board.
Emily, can I mention one thing real quick? I have already gone through the Parks and Parkways and the sidewalk repair department previously before this hearing, and that's all been approved. I've also submitted plans for new plantings on the front of the property on the Earthwork Street. And there is no curb cutting because there are no curbs on either street. So I think you could delete those two requests.
So, Mr.
because
Dennis,
that would be redundant.
we've already made the motion and accepted those provisos, so that's what's already on the table. But if you do have record of those things being approved, just provide that to Valerie, and that will help her to close out those items as opposed to asking us to remove them from the list, okay?
Oh, that makes sense. I could just resubmit those.
Yeah, actually, if you have them approved, just send them to her.
Okay.
All right, next item.
All right, we are going to move on to safety and permits appeals. So the next item is the item number 06121. This is an appeal of the decision of the Department of Safety and Permits regarding the determination that 6 dwelling units on the ground floor of Building A are subject to the multifamily dwelling lot area per dwelling unit standard and not the above ground floor dwelling lot area per dwelling unit standard. I don't believe we received any public comments for this one either, so there's no need for rebuttal.
Okay. Thank you, Valerie.
You're
I know that earlier we didn't have any questions earlier for Mr. Snyder, so if anyone from the board has any questions of him now, this is the venue, or of staff, or of safety and permit, excuse me.
I guess this is a question for staff. The way I mean, I'm just understanding that the separation of the buildings, if the buildings were connected, this would not be an issue, right? If you had a bridge or something connecting across the driveway on whatever street that is, Carondelet.
It would depend on the degree of connection. For us, the question would be whether they represent a single building and they are sufficiently connected to represent a single building, or whether they are two separate buildings. So it's a little hypothetical to commit one way or another.
Well, and then it calls into attention, I mean, this was the one we heard I guess it was a month ago.
Yeah.
So we did not see this issue before us a month ago when we were discussing the height and the massing.
Yeah, but I think the reason for that is because this is just purely a interpretation of the CZO as opposed to what was being presented last time. That is strictly waiver and variance based, so it wouldn't have had any pertinence at that time.
Right.
And I think they even alluded to that there was something forthcoming, but it wasn't presented as an obstacle at that time for us to review the waivers of variances.
If I understand the argument that the affordable housing thing that was mentioned, that you want parity between all of the units, is that the argument here, that you want the same 800 square feet for both buildings?
If I may, Commissioner, this is an issue of strictly an interpretation of the language of the zoning ordinance, the definition of dwellings above ground floor. And yes, this was brought up when the variance was considered. In fact, one of the provisos in the variance is that this issue be dealt with in one of three ways. One is a successful appeal of the decision of the Department of Safety and Permits, which is what you're considering right now. The only reason I brought up the affordable housing is to point out what the definition of dwelling above ground floor does not say. The department's position is that this analysis should be done on a building by building basis, where the language in the definition doesn't say that. This is something that they have added to the definition when it does not say that. And I pointed out in the affordable housing section where when there is a requirement that the units have to be in the same building, the language of the zoning ordinance says that. And in the affordable housing section, it says that. It says that the affordable housing units have to be in the same structure as the market rate units. So that's why I brought that up. Our position is that the dwelling units in building A, which are behind building B, building A is in the back. That's the Carondelet Delachase corner of the property. The front of the development is St. Charles, Louisiana. The St. Charles, Louisiana portion has non-residential uses on the ground floor. The definition says that if you have dwelling units in a multi-story building behind non-residential units, non-residential uses on the primary street, then those other dwelling units count as dwellings above the ground floor for the density bonus of 800 square feet per unit as opposed to 1,000 square feet per unit.
I'd like to clarify a bit on the affordable housing just to help provide a timeline I think may be helpful. The dwelling above the ground floor definition was written some time ago, whereas the affordable housing and IZ rules are more recent. I do agree that those rules are more clear. However, it is the job of the Department of Safety and Permits to interpret the zoning ordinance, which is not, as y'all are well aware, always as black and white as we might like for it to be. But here we do think that building is the key distinction, and that for the units in building A to take advantage of the smaller dwelling minimum lot area per dwelling unit, there would need to be ground floor non-residential uses in that building as well as in the building B.
Is it okay for me to respond to that briefly?
Yeah, if you can, I don't mind. If you don't mind, just keeping it brief.
Sure. I disagree with that interpretation. One, it doesn't say that in the language of the definition, but it's also not consistent with the policy. The policy argument is that there is a bonus, a density bonus for pedestrian-oriented mixed-use developments under certain circumstances in the zoning district. And that's if you have non-residential uses on the primary street frontage, and that's Louisiana, St. Charles. To require that you put non-residential, and we could move some. I mean, you could move some of the non-residential units into the back, uses into the back, but that's not what the purpose. The purpose is to put the non-resident, to make it pedestrian-oriented, walkable on the main primary street frontage. And that's in the front. To require moving them into the back is just inconsistent with the whole purpose of a density bonus for a mixed-use development in this zoning district.
The back building is going to front on Carondelet Street, as well as, I'm sorry, I'm blanking on what the other, as we've described it, non-primary frontage is.
Delachase.
Delachase. So here, if we were to consider whether there were to be units behind a non-residential use, the non-residential use would need to be on that building's frontage, which would be Carondelet and Delachase, and there could be residential uses behind and above that. Without those non-residential uses in that building, as far as we understand it, they need to meet the multifamily dwelling minimum lot area per dwelling unit standard.
Okay. Quick question to you, Ashley, and this is just more from a development procedural standard, and this may not be pertinent to the question, but help to build a point of resolution on this. And Mr. Snyder, just verify something for me. Is it the intent to re-subdivide this entire lot into one lot of record?
Absolutely. And that's one of the provisos in the variance, that it be re-subdivided into one lot of record. So yes.
Okay. If these were tracked as two separate residential properties, does that change the purview of this issue?
I'm not sure I understand exactly what you mean by the question.
So if building A was on an individual lot and building B was on a different lot of record, does it change how this is being reviewed?
We would still review them on a per building basis.
On a per building basis.
That's correct.
Okay.
And our position is it would, if it were, this is something that should be looked at on a per lot basis, because the standard that's being reviewed in this case is the minimum lot standard. The lot standard is not a building standard, it's the minimum lot standard. And so it should be applied on a lot basis.
Okay, so if there's any consideration so let me ask this question. This is all, I mean, based on what was provided to us, and I don't think this came up as a waiver or a proviso before, they're allowed to have more than one primary structure on the site, Ms. Becknell?
I believe that's the case.
Okay.
This was based on a general interpretation rather than a specific set of facts. So I would have to defer to my colleague, Nick, who wrote the email. He's on the meeting as to whether that was something we specifically considered or whether this was a more general request.
Nick was hiding down in a corner. I almost kept thinking it was Matt Rufo down there instead of Nick, so no, but Nick, if you have any information you could provide for this.
Yes, that is correct. Multiple principal dwellings are permitted in this zoning district.
Okay, so if that's the case in projects like this where multiple primary buildings can be provided, is this not one of those mechanisms where this project can be viewed in that same standpoint, that it's all part of one development standard and that the number of units are then combined in that case?
Because the definition doesn't refer to it as a per development or a per project, it's very clear that it uses the word building. It also doesn't use the word lot in the definition of what is a dwelling above the ground floor. I understand that the question we're trying to get to is what is the relevant lot area per dwelling unit? But what we have to start with is what is the use at issue to figure out what the correct standard is. And here, I don't think we can get to a building that contains no non-residential uses qualifying as a dwelling above the ground floor.
Got it. So again, we're looking at something that there's the interpretation, and again, safety and permits is stuck within the black and white letter of what the law states. And because there's reference to the word building within the interpretation, that's what's causing the bigger hangup. While we may all agree that in some instances that may be different, we're stuck with the question of what's before us and how the letter of the law is interpreted, correct?
That's correct. And we're also stuck with the provision that requires us to opt for the most restrictive interpretation. So here that would be applying the most tailored lot area per dwelling unit for each of the different uses on the lot.
And if I may, you are stuck with interpreting the black letter words of the zoning ordinance. I'm not asking for an exception to the black letter words of the zoning ordinance. It's just the definition does not read the way safety and permits is saying it reads. It does not say per building. It does not say that it has to be in the same building. And it's used, and that definition is used in the context of a lot area. So the only logical interpretation is that it's looked on a lot basis, unless the language were written differently, which it's not.
That definition is used for a number of things. It's not just for the lot area per dwelling unit. That definition also determines where the use is permitted. And it's a similar undertaking that we would have if there was not multifamily developments permitted here, but lots above the ground, got myself confused. It's a similar question as to if multifamily was not allowed, but dwelling above the ground floor was. We would not allow there to be a second building that did not have the non-residential uses. At that point, it's no longer a question of a lot, it's a question of use. It goes to us to the definition, and to us, the definition reads on a per building basis.
And I appreciate it. I wasn't quite finished. And if you just let me finish, the way the definition is used in this context is the minimum lot area. And that's what is issue in this case. When it's used in the context of a minimum lot area, the only logical the only logical way to interpret it is on a lot basis, unless the language were changed. And the council is free to change the language, but it's not the province of safety and permanence to change the language to add something that's not there. It does not say in the same building.
Again, we have to start with the definition. That is the most basic part of the code. That is something that can't be waived or changed. When we start with the definition here, we believe that these are defined on a per building basis.
Okay, so I'm gonna come back to Mr. Diaz's question earlier. If the two buildings are attached and designed as one contiguous structure in some capacity, they could still have different design elements that make it look like two different buildings. Can this not still meet the spirit and intent of how the CZO is being interpreted based on this question?
I would say hypothetically, provided that the safety and permits were to review plans that showed that the buildings were sufficiently attached to be considered as one building, one structure, then yes, theoretically, they would qualify as behind the non-residential uses.
Okay.
But again, that would depend very much on the actual plans, on how it was presented. It's very hypothetical.
Okay. So, Mr. Schneider, just as a point of reference, other projects in town I would strongly consider to go look at. Consider, I think there's the project at Felicity and Felicity, I think, is that Carondelet? Yes, I think that's the Muses Apartments. That is something that follows, I mean, in order for it to meet that spirit and intent, those buildings are all attached, and there are breezeway connections with those buildings. And that's how you would see a whole host of developments around town probably being built in order to address these types of issues. I totally understand where you guys are coming from the question, but I think, again, we are kind of stuck with how do we interpret this? And often enough, we find ourselves as this board having to respond based off of what the letter of the law states, as opposed to where we think it should go. And usually this does help us to give clarity back to safety and permits. And I mean, I know Ms. Becknell, in the past, you guys have identified things like this in the past that need to be addressed in text amendments down the road. And this may end up being one of those projects that helps to be a catalyst to help get those clarifications addressed going forward. But I think there's a way that the project could still advance, meeting some minimum design modifications without really, it doesn't kill the project. It just helps to, unfortunately, just helps to mitigate. I mean, there's a path to mitigate this in order to achieve what you're looking for at this point.
I'll point out, I don't think this has come up before, and I may be wrong, but just following the email string within the Department of Safety and Permits, there were questions about how this has not come up before. So it's not like there is a lot of history within the Department of Safety and Permits of how to interpret this. And I think there was some question of they weren't sure how to interpret it. It's because of that, we're not asking for exceptions from how it's been interpreted in the past. We just think that on this initial interpretation that you should look at the words of the definition, where it does not say it has to be in the same building. It does not say that buildings, you instead should look at it on a lot basis.
Okay. Any other questions from the board?
I think I still, the more I look at this, the more I'm not confused. I'm just asking questions about the definition. So we're looking at the definition in 26 about dwelling above ground floor, but I'm agreeing with the statement that the actual chart is talking about minimum lot and about bulk and yard requirements. So you could divide anywhere within the site what all those different square footages are. Has always been my interpretation, that it wasn't per building necessarily, it was the lot itself had to have these minimum square footages to fit on the site. I guess I'm still a little confused why this, I mean, And then we go to the primary facade being the thing that defines it as well. So if St. Charles or Louisiana, whichever the determined front street is, that's your primary street for the site, and not the buildings necessarily, right? Because so there's the buildings that front on Louisiana or on Delachaise aren't necessarily your front door, right? They're the back of the building. So if this site were located, let me say this another way, if there were no streets on, if the site only fronted on St. Charles and there were properties around it, the buildings in the back would be considered rear buildings with dwellings on the ground. So I guess I'm kind of confused by how to read this in a lot that is encompassing an entire city block. That would imply that anytime you have a property that is on a whole entire city block, you would need to have commercial space or non-resident space on every single facade.
And when we consider the front of this development St. Charles, because that's the shortest lot dimension?
Yeah.
Because you just brought up something for me, Rami, that, other projects that I've dealt with in the past that do have multiple independent structures as one development, and it's all on a single lot of record.
Yeah, and if we were looking at it as two separate lots, then yeah, sure, the one that's on, if the one building were on a separate lot, then we would be judging it based on that. But because it's all one lot of record,
and one
development, the other street and one development, do the other streets even count? And if the primary facade, primary elevation is St. Charles, so that draws into question for me the dwelling on the ground floor definition. But then I still am confused by we're looking at minimum lot requirements, and it could be any number of those square footages dispersed across the site. It has to be these minimums. So if it's separate buildings, anyway, I'm confused. I don't know if that's a question to staff or if I'm even asking the question. I'm just stating my own
and
understanding of it.
Address at least part of that, it's not too difficult to take the minimum lot area requirement for one building, take the minimum lot area requirement for the other building, and add those two together to make sure that the site is large enough to acquire all the dwelling units, even if the calculation for the minimum lot area is different between the two buildings. So that's something that's fairly easy to do. It's multiplying and then adding. So it's something that we can calculate. And getting back to what Ms. Becknell said, the lot area requirement is just one of the measurements that we need to look at when we're reviewing a proposal for a dwelling above ground floor. So that's just how we look at the density for that particular use. We still need to make sure that use meets the definition, which would be to require the non-residential uses in the ground floor of that structure. And to get back to something that was mentioned early on, the purpose of this requirement is to try to incentivize people to create mixed-use structure. So I think the intent of these regulations from an urban planning standpoint, which that's my background, so I can speak more to that than a legal background per se, but it is to encourage mixed-use structures. And so I would say our interpretation kind of follows along that planning rationale of trying to have mixed-use structures and require that non-residential use in each building.
So Nick, I'm glad you said that, but let's make sure, let's be careful. When we get into the conversation around, from an urban planning perspective, is it truly about mixed-use structures or mixed-use development? And from that window, again, let's look at how this lot is. This is essentially a lot that now mixes into a more residential intense use towards the back end of the development. And the way it's designed right now respects at least that residential intersection on the backside. I guess that's the Carondelet and Delachaise corner again. when we get into that, now we're introducing a commercial use into that back corner. And does that go disingenuous to what would be appropriate urban planning standards with the development of this project?
And just to add some seasoning to that, it could also be townhouses along that edge, right? I mean, it'd still meet the lot requirement. Right? I mean, I know that's not the question, but it's like, how do you decide where we're making that definition of what uses are on the site?
Yeah, and with regards to townhouses, that would be a separate use that would have a separate lot area per dwelling unit requirement. So we'd have to view those separately as, a dwelling above ground floor or a multifamily dwelling structure. And to get back to the particulars of this case, we haven't reviewed this through an urban planning lens to determine what might be the most appropriate interpretation in this case. We're just simply interpreting the zoning ordinance.
If I may add in response to that, in response to what Mr. Kendall said, if you look at the zoning ordinance and the purpose of the HU-MU district, it talks about it's intended for areas of mixed use development. It does not say mixed use structures. So I think it's important to, again, this is an appeal, it's not a variance. We are not asking for any exceptions, to rely on the language of the zoning ordinance. So the mixed use developments are encouraged. The language of the definition does not say same structure. The units in building A are behind non-residential uses on the primary street frontage. Everything fits within the definition, and I would contend that it's also consistent with the purpose of the zoning district as stated in the zoning ordinance itself.
Any other questions from the board? Hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board? Mr. Diaz, you have any additional questions?
No, I'm just trying to find I've got too many PDFs open.
Gotcha.
Too many screens. I'm not sure how to phrase it. If I were to make a motion, I'm not sure how to phrase what my motion is.
So
a lot easier with the waivers.
Yeah, Missy, do you have any clarity around what is the two options that's on the table right now for Mr. Diaz?
Sure. You can either find that the director made an error in their determination or that they were correct in their determination.
That makes it really easy. Okay, so I move to actually agree with the applicant that the director of safety and permits was in error, and that I believe personally that the building behind that those units can be counted based on what I'm seeing. So I don't know if that was too much commentary, but that's my opinion.
So there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? And if we don't have a second on the floor, that motion dies and a new motion would need to be introduced.
Yeah.
Mr. Alvarez, did you say something?
Yeah, I was gonna second Ramiro's motion.
So we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Diaz and a second by Commissioner Alvarez, overturning the decision of the Director of Safety and Permits, finding that this interpretation was made in error. Roll call vote. Commissioner Eggins,
Yes.
Commissioner Alvarez,
Yes.
Commissioner Diaz,
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
Yay.
and Commissioner James. I'm a yay as well on that one, and that motion passed with 5 votes. Next item.
All right, we will now begin with the new business regarding any other matters. The next item on the agenda is the consideration of election of officers.
Okay. And I think what we talked about last time was potentially pushing this off to the next meeting so everyone could be present for that discussion. Well, do you all concur with that? See a lot of head nods. So is there a motion in order?
Well, go ahead.
Go ahead,
Go ahead,
Robbie.
Alfonso. I'll second it.
I move that we defer the matter of selection of officers until the next meeting, 30 days, so that everyone will be present and can all participate in that selection.
Thank you, Commissioner Gonzalez. Do we have and
I
Commissioner?
will second that.
Second, okay. We have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Gonzalez, a second by Commissioner Diaz to defer the consideration of election of of officers to next meeting. Roll call vote. Commissioner Eggins,
Yes.
Commissioner Alvarez,
Yes.
Commissioner Diaz,
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
Yes.
and Todd is a yes. That motion passed as presented. Motion to adjourn unless we have anything else from staff. I'm sure y'all will keep us up to date about next month.
Yeah, we'll keep you posted as soon as something's announced. I'm sure something will be soon. We got the new numbers today and they've risen dramatically. So
Okay.
everybody, please get vaccinated if you haven't.
Vaccinate and mask up, please, if possible. Protect your loved ones. So with that, motion to adjourn.
Yeah, well, I was just gonna say if it is in person, I'll be back in Louisiana. So I'll go join.
Move to adjourn.
All right, we have a motion on the
Second.
floor and a second,
Second.
by Commissioner Gonzalez, a second by Commissioner Diaz. For adjournment, roll call vote. Commissioner Eggins,
Yes.
Commissioner Alvarez. He always freezes up on the vote, man. I got
We don't need him. Let's just get through.
Yeah, he has such
I'll
a
say-
stern on his face on that one. So I'll go Commissioner Diaz.
Yes.
All right, Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yes.
And Commissioner James is a yes. That's 5 votes. We're
We
good.
had quorum for the most important vote, right?
Yes. All right. Thanks, staff. And look, thank y'all for being patient with us on this one today. And for those who participated, we know we had the technical glitches, but better luck next time. All right.
Thank you.
Thank
Have
you,
a good
everybody.
one. I'm glad we were able to adjourn.
Oh, yeah. All right.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you, guys. Bye.